draft.
Prepare for all, huh? You're ready for whatever disaster comes your way.
Okay, so I'm gonna, yeah, it even has my,
This is the backpack
Okay,
they gave
so
me when I
this is
first
the
started
extra
at the
one.
clerk's office. Yeah, I can't find the bag they
That's the
gave us when
extra.
we went through
And
CDI.
that one is the one I just gave you,
Yep.
the new stuff, okay, and this one is Steve's, okay.
You know, I've stole mine.
And then the folder they gave us, what was it they gave us that folder for? Did you get one of those? It's like
and
a
then you
leather
have,
bound
Denise
folder
is the only one that's
that
missing
hold
one.
the
Yep.
She's gonna be saying, I don't
work
have
stuff.
one.
I mean, I just had
I didn't get
mine.
one.
I went on the 4-week trip in the RV. I took it with me because I had a conference call I had to be on,
When the
and
lunch
I
comes,
could not find it when we got back.
can you
And we sold the
announce
RV now.
that we should let staff
And so
and
I told
the
my
clerk's
husband
office.
the other day, I said, we just sold it.
Kind of
I
subtle.
said, let's
I mean,
subtle about it, you gotta be like, sorry, this is for them and not you, but yes, I can.
let him know if he ever finds
I
it,
know,
let me
'cause
know, 'cause he
Denise
lives
and-
right up the road.
Elaine were concerned. I'm
Oh,
like, I
it's
don't
working now.
anticipate we're gonna have a public.
I think because of the additional that you ordered, it's gonna be fine. I
It
think
wasn't even coming up at all. I
Let's
just
play
kept
by ear then.
going through the
I would say
different
let's just
sign-on
kinda
screens.
See how it populates in here and
I
go from
agree.
there, yeah. You don't
Sound
have to say it.
nasally this
We won't,
morning.
please,
Wow.
no. That was
Feel like
embarrassing as it was
I'm
last year.
right there with you.
I'm sure people are not gonna come just because.
I mean, I know for a fact, like I said, that Mike Bates was questioning. But I don't think he's coming now. I think he sent me an email yesterday asking me for information about the meeting. And he's like, oh, I couldn't make it to the meeting because I'm computer challenged today. Like, so you can't bring your notebook and just, because his laptop's broken, he's not gonna go to the meeting. I don't know. They got some
Interesting.
interesting operations over there. It's just interesting guys can work for it.
Oh, Veronica, can you do me a favor? If you're passing any packets out, can, either you can do it paper form, or if you want later, you
I'm
can
gonna
just
do a whole
email me.
PDF packet for you.
That
Yep.
would be great. Email me and
Yeah,
I'll
just
attach
grab
it.
it all together in one.
That'd be great.
Yep, no problem.
Thank
at
you.
all.
Just make sure you
Appreciate
remember
it.
the updated one.
That's that is what I'll do.
So we're not always, yeah. Did you hear Commissioner Knarr's point yesterday about adding stuff?
Yes.
I'm like, good, I'm glad he
Yeah.
said it.
I mean, it needed to be said. If we're gonna have that process, we gotta make sure that it's followed.
Well, it wasn't even staff. It was Harvey that
Well-
brought that information that morning.
Yeah, and a bunch of
I
information.
know.
Yeah, big folded.
And then he was
And at
yelling
first,
at him. It
when-
was like,
When Kennard
Wow.
said that, I was like caught off guard. I'm like, I know that we didn't add anything else.
there was no added items yesterday.
And then I talked to Doug and he was like, yeah, he brought it to me at 9:30 this morning. I was like, okay, well, there you go.
And then he brought another packet when he came at 1, and it's like, you can't expect to give packets out when the meeting is started.
Did you understand what he was trying to say about the core that he was at core?
Yeah, he had some order pushed through. I scanned it, so I have a copy of the court
Well,
order.
does that have anything to do with the pool issue?
Yeah,
Oh, we were all
But-
lost about what he was doing.
I mean, so he was wanting to buy just the pool. So in the middle of the park, we're gonna have a private pool. Does that make any sense?
Well, his nonprofit's gonna own it, so it's fine.
Right. It's like, really?
We're not recording right or anything. These are not
No.
on, right? These are not on. They're not recording.
But you're not
No.
recording.
Yes, this is live.
Oh, well, it's not in YouTube, so I send you the link
Perfect.
in case that you want to send it to Claire if they want to.
And I'm gonna
See?
send it
That's
to.
true, because we can watch it on here while we're,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I will send that because Tim wanted to see it too. Tim Gilbert's gonna test it for me.
So,
There he is. Big sticky
are those
guys.
big?
there's definitely something wrong. It's still,
Ah,
I kinda love them. I don't know how to use them today or not, but I have
that's,
them.
Okay.
that's a lot to
so-
write.
Oh, just wait till you see how much I have to write.
Oh.
It's- I hope, I'm going to minimize the writing today. It's gonna be,
we took my
That's a good
computer
if you want to
last
do
year
like a really
to a computer person he always uses.
cover the whole
And
wall
he has
Yeah,
the clearest
of the
computer
office.
and update
Like a
everything.
giant
Very
screen.
Yes.
very easy. And they said this had such a good process.
You and I have
They
scissors.
said you actually would be more
Be careful,
beneficial
don't cut my-
to keep this computer and just
Yeah.
upgrade stuff, so we
They
put more
call-
memory
I
into
don't-
different
I
things to
don't
it.
like them.
I will be careful.
It's so
Yes.
It's
I
horrible.
don't hopefully need
I
more than
regretted
just one or
doing
two
it.
out of
I should have
it.
bought a
They
new
always seem to
computer.
die on me when I have
I
this
will
event,
never
so
listen
I
to
just
them
got a
again.
whole new big old
Ah,
box of
okay,
them, so
gotcha.
hopefully that'll
It's horrible.
keep me in markers for a year, so.
Do you need an ESO for that? There's
Yes,
one over there.
I do. Could you set that?
Where you want?
I'll kind of stand off to the side as they talk. Thank you.
This is not the best ice cream ever. It's funky. It's like, it's supposed to be steady.
I know, right? Cause she has to write on it.
It's like,
Oh my goodness, last year, I don't know if it was that one, he was sinking as a.
yeah, it is. It's sinking.
Oh no.
It is. Look at that.
Oh no. She needs a better easel than that.
Let's see if that holds. It's not the same thing. No, see? I told it's crazy. It's really bad.
She'd be better off just putting the post-it on the wall and writing on the wall.
Right, right.
As long as the black marker wouldn't go through to the wall.
Put some tape underneath that thing and it won't slide.
True, put a piece of tape underneath where you want it so it won't slide down.
Yeah.
Is she using those over there? We can probably.
Yeah, they want those over there.
Yeah, you can swap it out for that one since those work better than that. Those look more heavy duty. Swap it out.
I never hear it like that. I was like, no. Same hole.
Well, it's doing something.
Yep.
Good grief.
Supposed to hold. It is too heavy. It's holding.
You're so smart, Bobby.
Is that better?
It's pretty close. My chronometer likes it.
Might want to put tape under the other one too.
Well, the other one, it's pretty steady, but this one. It's not even the legs. It's
I
like.
know, they're like onesie. Well, this one, you see the legs on this one? It has metal brackets that hold the three
Yeah.
legs together.
And the
That
funny
doesn't
thing-
have that.
The funny thing, this one, I was like, that's a funny design. The heavy part, it's in the top. And the skin, the thin part is in the bottom. So it's like, it should be opposite.
Yeah, you should probably switch those out since she's gonna be writing on that all day.
Yeah, but they want this.
I mean, you still put that one over here.
We'll
This
tell,
is-
we'll mention it to Veronica when she gets back. It's really
Yeah,
her thing.
because they want those, they buy those for the,
Yeah.
so. Hey, all right, nice to meet you. I gotta finish putting the screw in the wall.
I know, right? And then you could just hook it up there.
Yeah.
That's actually a great idea. Just put a nail in the wall. You don't need a screw, just a nail, and you can just put the post-it on the wall.
I have screws, but
You'll need internet. It doesn't look like you're connected to the internet. Check it. How can I check it if you won't give me a screen to check it? Do you know how I can check it? It's not even like. Maybe sit down and finish that. Let's see. BOCC public, no internet open.
door at 8 o'clock, and I'm like, well,
I mean, not the way it's set up. I mean, if we had a local account, it'd be easy, but
I said, well, maybe if
you'd have to log in to create an account. You know.
it's not being recorded, right?
But like if I had a
than I need to because I'm afraid of Bill.
No, it really is a great class that, and
Nice.
Well, he was 100%.
I mean, that's kind of the whole point of how we want to grow,
So
is where nature and community
Renee's
thrive.
used to having her
I'll use it.
own
Domain.
routine around the house.
It's
and
gotta be
now he
cemented in
pulls
everybody's brain.
Trash everywhere, it doesn't throw anything away, leaves it on the counter, out on the couch.
Did you know he was totally dependent?
Hello.
Use it.
Thank you for coming today. We're a little late. We had some scheduling conflicts. At this time, we're going to do the invocation and the pledge. If you're willing and able, please stand and join us. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today and thank you for our blessings that we receive. Pray that today we are productive and that we can accomplish some goals and move together as a team. Pray that you keep us safe and happy and healthy and continue to forgive us our sins. In your name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, good morning. Can you all hear me? Is this working? Doesn't sound like it. Anyway, thank you for coming today. Today is a working retreat for the Board of County Commissioners. And what I want to kind of do is have this new board. Two of them will have never participated in this process. So what our goals are is to see what each commissioner's initiatives are for the next 11 months, and then from there, a 2 to 5 year plan, and then 6+. And you know, it's exciting to be where we are in Citrus County at this moment in time. We have the Parkway coming through. We have some major development happening. Several things last night that were approved, and I'm just excited to hear what each commissioner's goals are, especially this 11 months. I really think that we need the Citrus County citizens, and we're all citizens here, we need some wins in our column. And I just really appreciate this opportunity. This has been going on for about 7 years, so this is the time for this board to make this annual retreat workshop our own. So, Mr. Howard, what do you have to say as we move forward to the future?
Yeah, just a few words. Thank you. This is exciting to be here again. Actually, one of the things during my interviews that impressed me with the previous board, this current board, is strategic planning. Few governments actually execute. I'm interested in execution. So one thing I want to do is just show one simple slide. I'm not going to get involved with it let's see if I can get up here real quick. Sorry, wrong one. What is important, though, is a sustainable community is a balance of 4 components. Personal livability, environmental stewardship, economic opportunities, and community building. I've given you a document that's inside your packet. I'm not going to read all those, but those are always the core pillars for successful, either that's a county or city government. And the things that you're going to talk about today will realize that vision. Also, the strategic planning model, which you all have chosen the path to go through, is not very similar to other governments around the nation. But just for those in the audience, you know, your vision that this county has set is really telling you that you've arrived, the destination, that you're there. The plan that you all institute through policy is the map that is the right route to ensure that we have the right route that we arrived on. And today, that what we're most excited about as staff is the execution part, that the itinerary that we actually are going to go in the right direction, and that we focus on a 1-year work plan. You're going to work on other things, multi-year things, but for us to reach those targets, I often tell county governments around the nation that it's no different than when you get in your car to go on vacation, or if you're trying to go to someplace, your GPS, you have to plug it in and tell the address where it wants to go. Technology is not that smart to take you where you want to go. That's what you're doing today. You're showing this government, this county, with input from the citizens, strategic plan to date, where do we want to go? Where does it gonna look like for the future? Because there's a lot of discussions across this community with growth, infrastructure, all these things. All that's going to happen, but together collectively, we can ensure that we arrive at the place we want to be at. So again, thank you for all the hard work you all are going to do today. Staff is excited about it. They're here present. A lot of good work's going on, but we're focused on then bringing you back this 1-year action plan as we go forward. That then also holds us accountable. It holds the board accountable, holds us accountable as we begin to bring that forward every quarter to make sure this stuff gets done. So that's my opening remarks, but thank you again for just allowing me to be part of this, and you all are doing amazing things. I'm excited about what 2023 is going to bring from this board as you continue to move this county forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So not only is this strategic planning retreat about what we want to accomplish, what we see, where our deficits are, where our strengths are, but also to make us stronger as a team. So I have a little team building challenge. So if you all would just pick a coin.
Don't look at it.
And I'll start. Don't look at it.
I'm not.
I want my coin back, Jeff.
That ain't happening.
I just look at the year, and if you don't mind, share something or tell us something that you remember about that year. Huh. And I can start since I put you on the spot.
Somebody read the year for me.
Mine is 1999. Oh, yours is 2019. So mine was 1999. That was a pivotal year for me. I had my twin daughters in 1999, and I haven't slept since. So they're amazing young women, and blessing to my husband and I, and I'm so thankful for them. And they're the reason why I ran for office, because I wanted young women to see that they can make a change, and they have a voice. So perfect. Holly?
My year is 1987. That's also an incredibly pivotal year for me. That's the year that I gave up on my aerospace engineering major and kind of kicked my butt and transferred into Texas. I was accepted into the Texas Creative Program at UT Austin, and I have been super happy in that career ever since. So basically, marketing communications,
Well, I'm
creative
glad
side.
because you're here with us. Otherwise, you'd be in space. Miss Commissioner Bays.
Well, my year is 2019, and so at the very end of 2008, I started an independent insurance agency. I did it just one policy at a time, hung a shingle, and wished for the best. So I never acquired another book, built that business, and in 2019, the 7th largest insurance broker in the world made me an offer, and I sold my business.
Wow.
I think this is 2006. And if that's the case, I believe that was the year when Renee and I and 2 very young kids moved into the first house we ever built. We apparently did not learn our lesson the first go around, so we tried it again and got moved into a new one last year. So.
Well, my year's 1984. I'm pretty sure I was in the 6th grade. But I do remember the year because back then they still had 6th grade at Floral City Elementary. And we did a lot of field trips that year. And I had a wonderful teacher, Miss Slattery. And she let me put on a show once a week, like a variety show. So I would get other people to do it with me, and we'd have some song, we'd have some skits. It was very funny, and she just allowed us to be creative and let me shine in that way. So Floral City Elementary was honestly such a fantastic school, no one would understand, but when I was little, I was very shy, and every year I started school up until the 3rd grade, well, including I would cry because everything's so scary and I was so shy, but Miss Beverly Davis, who is still out there, I love her. She completely brought me out of my shell, and I guess that's why I'm sitting here today, right? I'll start at Floral City Elementary.
Well, thank you. I purposely didn't get, that's the oldest coin, because I didn't want to hear anybody say I wasn't born yet, and I would be depressed, so.
The youngest commissioner got the oldest coin.
I purposely was like, yeah. So, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Okay, so, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Veronica. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to quickly go over the strategic planning background, kind of get you guys up to speed with where we've been with strategic planning, and then get you ready to move forward. So in your packet on page 4, we have the Citrus County Strategic Plan. Just one page. That is something that has been approved by our board, but it's very simple. It's just the diving board, so to speak. It's a jumping off point for what you guys are going to do today and moving forward. So we adopted a vision and mission statement, which are there. I'm not going to read off this whole packet to you, but you do have all the material there in front of you. If you read the vision and mission, it's very clear that it was sourced from Citrus County people who live here, work here, play here. The priorities are the environment, infrastructure, and health, safety, and well-being of people. So you'll see that ring through the core values and the strategic goals on that page as well. So what we're doing today is we are just following up on that document, and we're building from that point to get an idea of where our commissioners individually stand on these priorities, and then hopefully by the end of the day we will have a set of board priorities that have been prioritized based on a consensus. So you guys have provided some background information for the discussion portion, but I'm going to allow you guys to begin with your discussion of the items that are on that list. I'll just start writing and prioritizing, and we'll just keep going until we have a list that is all of your opinions.
Very good, thank you.
So you do have your colleagues, with the exception of Dr. Kennard. He likes to keep his cards close to the vest. I think he just got back from vacation. So you will be adding yours in, but otherwise, Chairman, if you'd like to start with your priorities, and then you can continue the discussion.
Very good. Okay, so we'll just go in order of this page. You asked for, I thought you asked for 5. I would have put more, but.
We can always add.
Okay, so I have breaking ground of 491. In this, my goals were specifically really for the next 11 months. Breaking ground for 491, the widening of the 1.7 miles. Breaking ground of a new animal shelter. We can tick one off. Beverly Hills Pool. We can tick that off. That's a win. You know, we moved even though it broke my heart. But then I would also like to work on a master plan for the 2 parks and adding additional pickleball courts, possibly beach volleyball courts there. There's a lot of children. There's a tremendous amount of scholarship money for beach volleyball. My friend in Colorado, who would think it, her daughter played beach volleyball in Colorado and got a full ride to a college. So, you know, I think beach volleyball courts are pretty inexpensive, and I think that if we could get those children engaged in something that doesn't have fees and things like that, so that's a big one for me. The Inverness Airport Industrial Park, additional getting that completed, getting some more grant money for that, and additional commercial size hangar for the jets that are flying in. They're having to just be parked on the taxiway. Is that the taxiway? It's not a parking lot in the front.
Ramp.
The ramp. And then pay study for our county employees. I believe that is in the works. Is it in the works, the pay study, and implementing it? There's no point of paying for studies and experts if we don't act on anything. And of course, figuring out our mental health facility, Baker Act facility. And I'm of the mindset that if we could get that going, There are gonna be offshoot businesses that will come along with a facility like that. So those are mine. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Yeah, my list could obviously be a whole lot longer, but I'm also assuming I'm one of a team and other people are going to have some stuff that I'm definitely for. I tried to stick a little bit to my bailiwick and things that were really kind of sticking in my brain. Bailiwick number 1 would be county communications overhaul, standards, website, new mediums to communicate with residents. Anyone can Google this. This is not a mystery. Better communication actually leads to ROI. ROI in corporations means profit. ROI in government means less tax dollars used or more efficient use of tax dollars. So whatever small amount we spend on communications will reap major benefits in terms of saving staff time. And also hopefully creating just a better society and better communication with everyone. Residential road resurfacing, we absolutely have to tackle that. Same thing with infrastructure. I don't feel like we have set, and of course I'm still relatively new to county government, only 2 years in, but it does not seem like the county in the past has been really looking decades out and working backwards from there to make sure that we have funds that are building up in an account ready to replace roofs and HVACs and build new buildings like the courthouse and things like that. Concurrency, the reason I said serious discussion is that has always been floated but never moved forward, and I still don't have my arms wrapped around that. But it seems like we need to look at everything to manage this growth that we have right now, and that is certainly of interest to me. Obviously getting the strategic plan implemented by the start of this next fiscal year. Fast Track 491 and Fast Track Animal Shelter. Those are pretty obvious. And then Crystal River Airport needs a little bit of a footprint expansion, and there are some properties we need to be ready to jump on if and when they become available. Because it's just a little too landlocked. One thing that I didn't put on here is in my work through Prosperity Citrus, trying to break generational poverty. Make no mistake, this is an economic development issue. If we do not get more people onto the worker rolls, we are sunk. And that's not just Citrus County, that's everywhere. And that goes hand in hand with the homeless population that we typically don't see in this county because they typically camp in the woods. A big portion of this, I believe, needs to come, if not all of it, needs to come from nonprofits, not tax dollars, but we as a commission should pay attention to it in my viewpoint because we've got a really big megaphone and we can try to pull the right people to the table to have a more right-sized solution for the county, not one so big that it pulls people from other counties. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays.
Well, budget, alternative funding sources, and the reason I bring it up is because I firmly believe that the Florida constitutional amendments on property tax exemptions have created a burden to fund local county government services and the constitutional officers. So when Mr. Oliver's budget message for 2023 actually had a recommendation for an MSTU on road patrol, that I'd like to discuss and have some input, a countywide MSBU for road resurfacing, the discussion about a local option 1 cent sales tax and what it could be used for in the sunset timetable, as I think it currently would generate roughly $22 million. Talk about impact fees, concurrency, and then all of that, making it revenue neutral and what the reduction in ad valorem to offset the fees for services would look like. Number 2 would be the growth management and economic development, and that being a master transportation plan. Utility infrastructure, meaning water, wastewater, comp plan and land development code amendments. The landfill capacity and maybe some alternative sites for recycling, so we eliminate some of this trash up and down our road if we had some off-site areas, for bins, for recycling, simplify and streamline the process and regulations, for development site review plans, so we can bring forward and have a more timely turnaround table for projects that are coming forward. When we have these big companies come in, we don't have an issue with them. It's kind of the repurposing and the reuse where I think we have a miscommunication, and having a team, an ombudsman in our department that's going to help facilitate the review process and tell them exactly what they need and get the project moving. Which goes along with enhancing the building permits, the engineering site selection or inspections, and building inspection processes and the procedures there. And then, of course, the animal shelter. We need one, but I think the conversation, what we're going to spend on it, what we're going to provide is indicative of the level of service that we want to provide for that. That's going to determine and drive, I think, the cost and the size. Discussing market rate housing versus affordable housing, the barge canal boat ramp, and a master facilities plan. We hear a lot of talk. The courthouse seems to be at capacity. We hear some constitutional officers are having space needs. And before we just start walking around and trying to put round pegs in square holes, I think since we're in a growth pattern, we're going to have more people, we're going to be expanding. We really need to invest and look at what we need as a governmental body. I mean, we've had some talks that the sheriff is going to have to move his garage facility. Where's that going to go? So I think it's time that we start to have that discussion to determine what our master facilities plan is going to look like. And that is my list.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan.
Do you want to go first?
No, you go right ahead.
Okay. I have our concurrency plan, and with that, I think that we could take another look and reevaluate our impact fees to make sure that we are planning for growth effectively.
You moved and you don't really have a microphone, and they can't hear you back there.
Sorry. And I'm not sick. I have a little bit of allergy issue. So obviously, I don't know that the five of us can look into all that, but I think whatever we need to do, if we have to bring in experts, maybe our attorney, some planners, but get as educated as possible. So we are planning for good growth. I have an idea that we need to beautify Citrus. I think people are coming to our community and looking at it, and I think we've become blind to some things. So part of that, I'd like us to consider special signage at all of our entry points with lighting and landscaping. Create areas with special signs and lighting. Focus on an anti-litter campaign. Form groups. I do have a question with that. Years ago, we used to use trustees, and I haven't seen that in a long time. So just something to look at. I don't know if we're paying someone or if it's our own staff, but many times our medians and things, they're not attractive. The reason I think all of this is important is, in my district in Homosassa, we have a partner there, James Ware. He has many businesses. One he just sold to Owens Corning, and there's billion-dollar companies coming to Homosassa looking and learning about these new products, and they're staying in Homosassa, they're being fed in Homosassa, and of course they're going to be visiting the rest of the county, and we have people coming to look at our county like this. I think that we could do better. Speaking of buildings, part of that improvement, just kind of thinking out of the box, seeing what you all think, our businesses often don't look nice. And I didn't know if we could do maybe a tax abatement on the improved value, maybe for 5 years, or maybe a suggested time by our new economic director. And then what areas would we want to target for that, and how long would we want to do that? And could these businesses also work with SCORE on funding? Because I don't think that businesses have a lot of capital right now for improvements, but it only helps our community if when you're driving by our businesses, they look better. I'd also want to see if anyone wants to get on board lobbying the state to modify our current law requiring an identified complainant for code enforcement. I've ran into this. We do have an older retired population, and if they have maybe a criminal element or some bad actors and there's code violations, they're afraid to make the call, so they would like me to investigate and do that for them. So we would be the new code enforcement officers at first. So I really don't love that idea. I think that I understand why that law was put in effect, but I think the pendulum swung way in the other direction. So maybe we can offer some language and try to get that corrected. And we have been talking about our Bake Rack facility and inpatient care in Citrus County for quite a while. I know it's been discussed, the $2 million from Citrus County. Hernando's committed the money. I think the hospital board will get on board. LifeStream's prepared to commit a lot of money, and I think it's just time to do it. I think the county's probably been talking about it for 5 years. In my previous employment, I've probably been talking about it for 15 years, and I understand the need. I do understand the holdup with probably the hospital board and maybe this county government, because if they own the building, I think people are getting tripped up, but it's our investment and our money. But I've dealt with this in the past. I think a good contract, we can overcome that. I've used state money for capital projects, and in the contract, they simply have a tiered clause. You know, if you change the mission of this building or try to sell the building, you owe the county back the money, and then it steps away to be completely done after 20 years. So if they did something in 10 years, I would also want to put in there that Citrus County would have the first right to buy if anything went sideways. But I'm sure with our attorney, we can work out a good contract, get this done. Another county is actually offering to give money to have it here. And I feel like helping these people helps our community. Because if people are being taken care of in the ways they need to be taken care of, that will help with our crime rates. That's going to help with people flooding the hospitals, our local shelters, drug abuse because they're self-medicating. Really, this can only make our community better. So I'd like us to take another look at that, get that $2 million done.
Thank you. Anything else?
I think that'll do it for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that that the Bake Rack facility has been mentioned a couple times. The previous board had decided that we were going to go down this road. We've had multiple conversations about it. It seems that among the entities involved, we have found every reason in the world why we can't do it. There's one reason or another that keeps coming back as to why this thing is not moving forward. The $2 million at the county level has been budgeted. Hernando County will find a way to get there, and hopefully the hospital board will join in. I'm going to ask that this be an agenda item under my name. Every single meeting, I want an update and find out what we're doing to get this thing going. I want it done. I'm tired of talking about it. The need for a Bake Rack facility in our county really rose to the surface at one of the summits, an elected officials summit that we had. That's got to be 3 years ago now, that all the elected bodies that were there, everybody said this is number one priority. We have got to get a Bake Rack facility. We've got to improve mental health care in our county, and we still haven't done it. I like the idea of some of these different initiatives we're talking about. but we've got to start getting some of this stuff across the line. We're fully funded for 491. That hasn't broken ground. We've gotten, we've budgeted the $2 million for the Baker Act facility. That hasn't gone anywhere. We've gotten legislative funding for the Inverness Industrial Park. That hasn't gone anywhere. We were awarded, I believe it was a legislative award for lengthening the Crystal River runway. I haven't seen where that's gone anywhere yet. You know, let's get some of these projects going. That we've got the funding for it. That means the only excuse, the only reason these things aren't moving is because we've got bureaucrats in the way. And we need to start holding some people's feet to the fire, get it done. The infrastructure, I love to talk about all the infrastructure work that needs to be done. I agree. Let's get a list of what needs to be done. Let's find out what the budget needs to be so that when it comes time for budget talks, we can't just say we're going to fund infrastructure. Well, that's great. We got a lot of infrastructure. Let's find out what that price tag is and start taking action to get it funded so that when Ozella Trail project comes up at who knows what that number is going to be. The last number we heard a year or two ago was over $10 million. We don't have that kind of money to do that. At some point, that needs to happen. Fort Island Trail is another big number that's going to come up. We've got flooding issues that I still don't know that the stormwater issue's been addressed. We need a list and we need a price tag on those things. So I like the other things. Commissioner Bays mentioned the Barge Canal boat ramp. I hadn't thought about that. You know, that money, Commissioner Carnahan has been sitting on that board fighting to get these projects going, that and the force main up Highway 19. What's happening with that money? How close are we to it? You know, we've got these big projects sitting there that are just, we can't seem to get out of the gate with. The courthouse, that's a huge number that's going to come up. We had talked about, previous board, we had talked about setting aside all of the money that the constitutionals return to the county at the end of each year. Let's see what that number looks like. My guess is that it's very low, if not zero, as to what they're returning now. So when we start getting these demands for, we need a new building here, we need a new building here, we need a new building here, fine. Let's go back and look at the last 4 or 5 years and see how much each of these constitutionals have returned back to the county to go into that fund. And then we'll talk new buildings.
Thank you, and that is exactly what I wanted to accomplish today. I want some wins. We're sitting there. There's no reason, like you said, I'm going to soften it a little bit, not blame it on the bureaucrats, but the fact that things just sit there. And I you know, the fish rots from the head down, and we gotta just move forward. We had a big win with the pool. Again, it hurts me every time I say it, but that was we had to get that done. We talked about it enough. So I kind of was checking the common denominators. I did the same thing Commissioner Davis did. I kind of know what you guys are passionate about, so I didn't even put that on my list. But there's several things, you know, master plans, breaking ground, 491, breaking ground the animal shelter. I think that we need to I think the staff needs to bring to us as soon as possible a minimum of 3 funding sources for the animal shelter. How are we going to do this? What are we going to do? And really just tighten it up. Same thing with the you know, an update. I would like on there 491 on the agenda. I want an update on that. Why are we not breaking ground on that? I mean, that money, we got that money 3 years ago, 2 years ago. Freshman, Dr. Masulo's freshman year as a House rep. Another thing that was up there is concurrency. I did not put that on my list. Concurrency is something I think we need to discuss. I brought it up last night. I said, you know, is the developer going to be responsible for these lanes? I think we need to really get a hold of that. And get a hold of it yesterday. So I think 3 of us had concurrency. master plan, overhauling residential roads. The previous board talked about MSBU's for road resurfacing. Randy Oliver said we needed to probably have it on the agenda working for January. Baker Act facility. I mean, all of us addressed that. That's something we need to discuss. This is a new board. We need to, I've been very, it took me a while to get there, but thinking about, again, the offshoots that would come from a Baker Act facility, the medical offices, the hotel, the restaurants, the training, different courses at the college. There's going to be a lot of offshoots coming that we don't maybe even see coming that will be built around a Baker Act facility. And to me, $2 million, like I said, it took me a while to get there, but I'm there. Like, we need to do something. I also had on my list, which I love, Commissioner Finnegan, when I was in Ireland, they had a tidy village. And I was actually it's going to do this at the end, but you brought it up. I wanted to challenge each one of us to see who had the tidiest district and get citizens involved. Because each village you went to, and there's a winner in all of Ireland, but it was crazy how beautiful these little towns were and how proud they were. And I thought, well, we could do, I don't have a city, you don't have a city, Jeff and Rebecca are the only ones that really have a city. And I thought, well, why can't we do something with a district? So I want to, just think about that, put it out there, get citizens involved, and, try to get people to be proud of our county. It's embarrassing. I remember coming here 28 years ago. I'm like, what is the deal with all the litter? Growing up in Sarasota, we didn't have that, but I think it was more manicured and people were proud to live, in their different neighborhoods. So, so we got our list. The next one would be the Barge Canal boat ramp. Why aren't we moving forward with that? So, I don't know how we would go from here, except that maybe our main, pick 6. I mean, we want a real attainable goal for the next 11 months. I'd love to pick 11 and tick one off a month, but that's not possible with government. So what would be your suggestion or recommendation of how many do you think we should pick to say, okay, we want this in the next 11 months, we want this in the next year to 3 years? How do we want to do that?
Do we have to pick a number? I think when we look at these, could some we go, all right, we should be able to knock this out pretty easy. So maybe it's just level of.
I think staff needs direction because we did this. This is our 3rd year, and kind of like we put that on the list the first year. Why aren't we there?
Well, I think obviously we're waiting for the consultant to come back with a $9 million plan or design for the animal shelter. But I think an easy win is taking the lead on the Baker Act facility. Mm-hmm. That's an easy win over the next year. Hopefully over the next few months, next 6 weeks. Mm-hmm. Let's take the lead and get that started. That will force Hernando's hand to make a decision. You're in or out. That will force the hospital board's hand. You're in or out. And then our legislative delegation, they will be in the midst of session, and I think we'll see some action and some funds come out of that as well. I think a Baker Act facility is an easy win for us. The Barge Canal boat ramp, we got to talk about that. We got to find out how to get the money out of that BP money, out of the Restore or whatever that committee is that's been chewing on
that
this
consortium
thing for years now, And then we've got to figure out how we're going to pay for the rest of it. When I came on board in 2016, the price tag, which I was opposed to then, the price tag was $5.3 million. Now, the last numbers we saw were astronomical.
It was the same as the animal shelter, and I was surprised nobody really talked about that.
So we've got to figure out, I'm on board to build it. We're going to get some money, but we need to know where the rest of that money is going to come from. Either you're going to set a fee on the parking and launching, or one or the other up there, and then bond that money to pay for it. I don't know how all of that could work out. We certainly already have a launch fee at the other ramps, but that money needs to be used for other things. Improvement of existing launch facilities, not the construction of that new one. We've been pretty clear about that. So we've got to figure out where that money's going to come from to build that ramp, the rest of the money. I mean, just off the top of my head, I think we had planned on somewhere around maybe $3 million in BP money, but the number for that boat ramp has just skyrocketed.
Yeah. Madam Chair? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I love the passion, and I think all of these are very admirable, lofty goals. But in my opinion, the number one thing that we should be talking about today, we've already made an investment, and we have a duty and an obligation to resurface the roads. We made an investment. We have people that are paying taxes to live in this community, and we have got to talk about how we're going to advance and pay for these roads. We made an investment to lay them down. We're at the point there's a deficit on some of them that they'll probably have to be rebuilt, and that to me should be our number one priority and conversation. How are we going to pay for this road resurfacing? If it's $20 million a year, and that's what the number I've been told, $6 million a year is just not going to cut it. And how are we going to advance this? How are we going to pay for it? Are we going to talk about a countywide MSBU? Are we going to talk about a 1-cent sales tax? How are we going to pay for what we've already made an investment in and satisfy the people that are living here and the roads that they deserve to drive on to get to their house?
Well, I've said for the last 3 years that the discretionary sales tax, the 1 cent, is a no-brainer for me. But now that I'm a commissioner, I can't really push that. But we can educate on it. I can tell you that, again, I've said this, we're the only county in 67 counties that do not collect a discretionary sales tax. I've said it, I'll say it again, either we're the smartest one in 67 counties or we're missing the boat. And I don't believe we're the smartest ones. So, I don't know at this point how to go forward. You would need a lobbyist, a group to lobby for that. But I've always said that is an easy fix. People say it's an additional tax. I ran the numbers on my mother when she was alive, 87 years old. It increased her budget by $15 to $20. Prescriptions aren't paid, you don't taxed. Groceries weren't taxed. I mean, Depends aren't taxed. Young families, diapers aren't taxed. So it is a nominal fee. That would be where I'd go. I saw that you put down a countywide MSBU. We talked about that at the previous board. I think both of these are something that we really need to really dig deep into. But this is, I also want to get what we said were not lofty goals. There's some really easy fixes in the next 11 months. I don't know that we couldn't get the 1 cent discretionary in 11 months, but we have to decide which avenue we want to go. So I'd like to hear more about the MSBU for road resurfacing or the sales tax and kind of get a consensus of what would be best for this county. What of your goals do you see that you would like, that really could be check it off of your list in the next 11 months?
Well, every year we do a budget, so I think, everything we're talking about, it does not matter what the subject matter is or what project we wanna do, it all comes down to the budget. And I think that's why we have to have the conversation about these alternative funding sources. If you look at Marion County has all kinds of different alternative funding sources, and their ad valorem is about 3.5, 3.7, something like that. So if one reason I like a countywide MSBU for road resurfacing is because if we do go down that road for a 1 cent sales tax, we have all other sorts of needs. And that's why I think this master transportation plan is imperative, because we have all these other road networks that, we've made, the prior board approved, a housing project out on Rock Crusher that's 900 homes. We don't have impact fees for that, and we don't have concurrency, and you're gonna have to fix that road to handle that level of traffic. So all of these ancillary roads and other projects around it, we're going to have some match funds to ask for appropriations from the state. If it's a 50% match, we're still going to need that. Gas tax is on the decline. I think our revenues generate about maybe 9 million. I could be wrong. So that's typically what you bond. I think we already are bonded out. We'd have to ask that now, but we have projects. We've used those funds to bond. So we have to get to a level where how are we going to fund our wish list? And there's nothing on here that's been a bad idea. But at the end of the day, how are you gonna pay for it? And that's where I think that's where the rubber meets the road. How do you pay for it?
Commissioner Davis, anything?
Do you want to discuss the things that we think we can get done this year first? Is that what we're talking about?
I think that we have to give staff some kind of direction on where to go. And this is what we've done, previously. They're great, but nothing gets ticked off the list. So
I agree with all the priorities that are mentioned so far, in terms of stuff that we need to either complete this year, or get seriously ahead of the game. Didn't mention 491 on that list, and 491 should be on there along with animal shelter.
No, we did say that.
Yeah, but the recycling of what's now that we've all heard, and we're going around the second round, I believe. Yeah, so 491 obviously needs to be on there. The county communications overhaul is very small money that actually provides greater efficiency as we're going through this growing, and it's very small money. So I think that should still be prioritized for this year. Obviously getting the strategic plan done, that's well underway, so I'm not too worried about that. And then back to road resurfacing, I agree with Rebecca. This is the biggest challenge we're facing, and we have got to get this figured out. So I was kind of thinking along the lines of an MSBU as well, but maybe it could be, I'm just spitballing here, a stepped MSBU, because there's people that are getting their roads paved for free right now as part of ad valorem. So then all of a sudden we flip the switch, and then you're gonna, and I'm talking about a road by road MSBU, not a countywide MSBU. So that would be, you take Pine Ridge for example. All of Pine Ridge gets done. They all get, unless if anything 7 and above gets done, okay, in a particular neighborhood, and we pay part of it out of ad valorem, and they pay part of it on an MSBU that has to do with their neighborhood. So it's neighborhood by neighborhood versus, because there are neighborhoods that are private roads, and so they shouldn't necessarily be paying for an MSBU. And yes, they are already paying ad valorem. And then in the future, it would eventually flip to being 100% MSBU, not ad valorem. Am I making any sense, Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay, you're looking at me, so.
No, listen.
I want to avoid that sense of fairness that if you got your road paved in February, it was free because it came out of ad valorem, and in March, all of a sudden you are paying 100% of the road through a neighborhood MSBU. Just
Well,
do
at
it as a
this
step
point,
matter.
I just want to add something about that.
Mhm.
I've heard that argument from the previous, I've heard that argument. But my feeling is, yeah, that person might have gotten their road paved on Pine Ridge, but the next road they have to get on isn't paved. And they're driving on those roads, so technically, maybe a portion of their route is they had to pay for and it got paid for free, but the rest of it didn't. And the sooner we figure out what we're gonna do with the roads, then the sooner that stops. You know, and we definitely have to figure something out, because I think it was 6 million and then it went to 8. I think that we should have the county attorney contact Neighbors in Giblin. They already have something that might be a couple suggestions. I was told it would be pretty easy for them. They've done it for other counties with the MSBU. And, what would you say about that?
We can certainly contact Neighbors Giblin. I can tell you, in order to have an MSBU of any flavor, pick your flavor, whether it's lighting, whether it's road resurfacing, whatever you want to do, you have to show, in order for it to be legal, a specific benefit to the property you want to tax or put the MSBU on. So the difficulty you have with a countywide MSBU is identifying the specific benefit to the property. So while Commissioner Davis is explaining it in terms of fairness, if there is no benefit to a particular piece of property because they received their road resurfacing last year, although you're making the argument in terms of fairness from a legal perspective, you can't place an additional burden on that property if they're not getting a benefit from it. So whether you want to look at it for fairness or you want to look at it from the legal
It's the
side,
same answer.
it's the same answer. So Commissioner Slaybaugh, to your point that I've got to drive down Annapolis, but my street is Morningstar. So I understand the argument that Morningstar doesn't see a benefit if it's not paved, but Annapolis gets paved, and so Morningstar should pay for Annapolis because Morningstar uses Annapolis to get out to 46. I understand all that, and that's why there are those really smart people who understand numbers and formulas and crunching things, who could come up with for you a study that would show Morningstar pays X number of dollars to use Annapolis. So even though Morningstar isn't being paved, the person, this is my Denise money speak. So Morningstar pays some amount to repave Annapolis. But so those people, the smart people, that understand that, they can come up with that for you. But I wouldn't want us to generalize and say we're doing a countywide MSBU because I can't support that legally. But I can support legally an MSBU to Morningstar if a portion of Annapolis is paved, if those really smart people come up with the formula for us. And so yes, Neighbors Giblin can absolutely come up with an MSBU. But the key is that study, those smart people that come up with those formulas and so forth, so that you can tax Morningstar for Annapolis.
Wouldn't it be simpler to just do a whole neighborhood at once and start getting on that? Because then you've got the staging, you've got the crews, you've got the disruption. So for example, now that we're back to my neighborhood, basically doing that entire neighborhood, anything 7 and above, then it becomes more regular that it'll all get done every 20, 25, 30 years, the whole neighborhood.
You say neighborhood, I say defined, identified streets.
Yes, that's fine, but
So-
yes, it's streets, but it would be in a particular
Right, but
area.
some streets have already been paved.
Right.
So the people, if Morningstar had been paved last year, then the formula is going to be different for Morningstar when Annapolis gets
Yes.
paved. So yes, we can do all of that with the right calculations. And,
Right.
Commissioner Bays.
This is a very complicated process, and before we go down rabbit holes trying to define all of this, can we just give direction that staff contact Neighbors in Giblin, bring something back to talk, have this conversation, what can we do, how it can happen, and, I know we also have on, I don't know what the rest of the board feels, but I think it would be worthy of the discussion if we're gonna do it on roads. With what the governor, did this last legislative session with, sheriff's budgets. I know the budget message talked about a road patrol for MSTU, but what else? Is there anything else for public safety that, off of that we can put on to a dedicated funding source? And then we can make it revenue neutral onto the ad valorem side so that becomes, we can readjust our budget and try to figure out how we're going to fund these things. Is that, I'm asking if that's something that we can.
Commissioner Finnegan, what are your thoughts on what she just said? Commissioner Bays just said.
You just want my thoughts?
Well, she just asked for them.
Yeah, can we come to a consensus as a board to ask Neighbors in Giblin, for the staff to go back, find out what is actually applicable, what can we do, how can we find alternative revenue funding sources that we can redefine, and I don't know how much of this is gonna go in the paper or what you all know, but these are fees for services, and, good God, I just lost my train of thought.
That's okay.
It's when you do these, they're really to generate a source of revenue. It is very accountable and transparent. You cannot, once you do these, those do not go into the general fund. They cannot be used for anything else. They are specific in nature just to that. And that's the reason I like them, because just like we heard yesterday from the clerk, governmental accounting, it's like funny money. It goes into that fund and it's really hard to separate and generalize, and that's what happens. It all gets very generalized. When you have these types of funding allocations, that's the only thing it can be used for. It doesn't get mixed into any other pool, and that's why I think they're very worthy. I think it's a really good tool for the citizens because they can see exactly what's being spent.
Well, since you asked for my opinion, I mean, I'm okay if the expert wants to come in. It sounds very complicated, and at the same time, Commissioner Slabaugh is still talking about the 1 cent sales tax, which we know, as a government body, we can't educate the public, but a major taxpayer may. And
We can educate. We
can't advocate.
We can't advocate.
okay. Sounds like potato, but oh, okay.
Well, with advocacy comes lobbying and spending money, and
You have to divine that legalese line for me, Denise.
it means you can't spend public money to
I gotcha.
Educate.
prepare mail pieces, to
Understood.
buy billboards.
I know.
You can't advocate.
And someone else may want to do that.
Right.
And maybe that's what we would want to do first, maybe, just because of the state of our economy right now. And I think when the public hears that, and understandably so, they're thinking gas is already expensive, everything else is already expensive, and they're forgetting some things aren't taxed. This is on sales tax, so all my stuff is so expensive, this is just gonna be more expensive. Whereas we remind those $8 eggs this doesn't apply, this isn't gonna
Right.
cost anymore. Your medicines that cost too much aren't gonna cost anymore. But I think the biggest component of that is to show how many visitors that we have here. These are people helping Citrus County citizens pay that bill. So I think it's an educational portion of, we have to get your roads paved. And to do it, it costs this amount of money. But if we can get visitors to come here and pay, this is what you had a $22 million, Commissioner?
Mhm.
Yes. this is how much we could get not from you. And if we get this not from you, we can save you money. I don't know that that's an easy thing, but I really think if as a board we wanted, I mean, if we wanted to this year to commit that, perceivably we could have at least 5 town hall meetings. We could each
Absolutely.
take our district. I'm willing to do that. I feel like, especially this year, when I think Bank of America is predicting now a slight recession, but who knows what that's going to look like in a few months. I think our people are scared, and they're going to need to vote on that, and it's scary. I do realize the need, like, let's do this now, but where's our commitment going? We need to focus on probably one or the other. I'm willing to put in extra work if that's what the board wants to do, if we want to make that our focus. Like, hey, we need to educate the public as soon as we can.
And
I'll do my part.
I appreciate that, and I do want to say this, and I'm going to educate. I've said this to people. I've been talking about it a long time. I have collected sales tax in the state of Florida for over 30 years, the whole state. I pay 3 different sales tax every month. I see it in my dreams. And I'm going to tell you, in our community, and when people go, oh, you're just a liberal and you want to raise taxes, I say, well, let me just throw this little bit in for you. Some of the people that pay no property taxes, some of the biggest drains on our services, will participate in this sale discretionary tax, because guess what they buy? Soda and candy. And it gets taxed. They pay nothing else. They pay nothing else to help contribute. They're calling ambulances. They're not paying the bills. Everybody is going to participate. Even the biggest drains.
I think it needs to be communicated that this is a way to not raise tax. And because people are like, oh, you're raising our taxes. Well, actually, we're trying not to. We're trying not to raise your tax so much. This is just as you spend certain items, and let's let other people that come here.
I want to hear what Commissioner Kennard has to say about this, but I do believe that this education side is going to have to be concurrent with the legal side of the MSBU. It would be a BU, because it's going to take 2 years for the discretionary sales tax to get on the ballot. And what if it doesn't pass? Because that is a possibility. Hopefully we can all agree to educate and move forward, and somebody out there will take up this gauntlet and push for it. But we also, I think, have to do the other route, because if this fails, then this needs to move forward.
Do you think by doing that and putting in money for experts to come in and us analyzing all this, do you think that's going to hurt the other side if we choose to do the educational, and the community's like, oh, well, they're spending money on they're trying to do both. They're trying to get this MSBU passed, yet they're telling us something different. I don't know if we'd be sending mixed messages.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I would agree with what Commissioner Bays, the idea she floated about a county-wide MSBU. I do think that before we get too much into the weeds with it, we need to get the experts involved. I pay a county-wide tax for fire services, to provide those things. I've never called 911 in my life to need, knock on wood, for police, fire, or ambulance. But I still pay for it. So there's got to be a way to do this countywide. Just because that road isn't necessarily right in front of their house, they're getting the benefit of a road resurfacing program that's necessary for the county. So I would agree, before we get too tangled up in the details, or maybe even why we can't do these things, let's find out if it's been done, not reinvent the wheel, and see what we can do to make it happen that way. If this board decides to go down the road of pursuing the sales tax to pay for road resurfacing, I would certainly support putting it on the ballot. I'm sure that we have all heard what the likely outcome of that is. Now, my understanding is that these things have to be, this now has to be on the ballot of a general election, which means it's either 24 or 26. If we're going to push to get this on the ballot for 24, this needs to get rolling really fast. You know, I've heard at a minimum it's an 18-month process. That's going to sneak up on us very quickly. So then we would be looking at 26, as opposed to you know, just trying to push it through and seeing what happens a year plus from now. And you asked what happens if it doesn't pass. If it doesn't pass, that local option sales tax is dead for a lot of years. And that doesn't just affect the plan for road resurfacing. Now, what about a you know, local option sales tax where our tourists are contributing, say, 26% of it? You know, where if we wanted to use that money for parks, for other infrastructure things that people would support, for public safety, things like that's dead for years.
Yeah.
Once it's on the ballot, and if it doesn't pass. So I think there's risk in doing that. I think there's risk in significant risk in doing that without a very well coordinated plan. That may very well happen. We've got some big taxpayers in the county that may have an interest in this sales tax discussion. If that ultimately means pulling that money out of, or that expense out of the general fund, which will allow us to lower the millage rate. That's a tough argument to sell, but the county has to follow through on doing those things to show that, all right, we can get the money to do road resurfacing here. We no longer need that extra. Last year we put, I think, 0.2 mil into the budget, or for this year anyway. So those are my thoughts on the road resurfacing. The road patrol, MSTU, Hernando County tried that or went down that road several years ago. That's longer than that, maybe four years ago. That went before the board and it failed. It failed by one vote, and one of the commissioners that voted against it is sorry at this point that he did vote against it. So that would have passed. Randy and I had many conversations about an MSTU for the sheriff's office budget, and he came back to me with the only thing that could be funded with it is road patrol. I don't know if that's absolutely the only thing that can be funded, or if there's more of it that can be funded. I'd be interested in taking a look at it. You know, an MSTU certainly gets more people involved in helping to fund the sheriff's office, and again, you know, that keeps the sheriff's office fully funded, but again takes some of the pressure off of the ad valorem rates, and that number could be lowered then.
I would
So-
support that.
So, those are my thoughts on those two things.
And the one thing about the sales tax, I tried right out of the gate. We're only looking forward, but I tried right out of the gate in 2020 because I wanted it on 2024. So I think pushing it now to 2024 would be doing a disservice to the citizens, that to make it so palatable for them to vote for it. So I would say that is a goal we need to go towards, but I would say 2026 would be where it would go on the ballot.
Jeff mentioned 18 months. If I'm doing the math right, that's about 7 weeks away,
Yeah.
if that.
Yeah, and
6
I
weeks,
think that
something like that.
I mean, I would rather be safe than sorry with that.
We need to have, it needs to have, the right package put together that taxpayers, it's not going to be a hard sell or as significant of a push. If it's stuff that our residents see, this is what we want to see in our community. This is important to us. Clean water, cleaning up the rivers, public safety. You know, these, what are those?
Something more
what are
evocative.
What's that?
Something more evocative.
Yeah.
That
You know, what
really
are
brings
those
up
things that,
emotional thing versus road resurfacing.
yeah. So I think that's the risk. I'm not opposed to it. I completely understand it. That 1 cent sales tax would certainly generate the numbers needed to fund it. I'm just not sure that the public goes, yeah, that's important enough for me to vote for it. I mean, that's a concern. I don't know that we have a definite answer on that, but that's my concern.
I did have, just for the citizens, I did have, a high level, Tallahassee person tell me that it will come to the point where the state starts looking at us and saying, you're not utilizing all the tools in your toolbox, why do I have to keep helping you with this when you're not even utilizing the discretionary tax?
Sure. Can I comment? I've heard that from DOT about our impact fees. You know, we the last board, and I certainly cast a vote sitting there, that we raised or we kept all of the impact fees at 100% except transportation. Transportation we kept at 50%.
I lobbied for 60.
And DOT, DOT is starting to look at these things and saying, you know, you're not doing your part locally, but you want us to pull more money out of Tallahassee and the rest of the state to fund your transportation projects.
Yep.
And when can we relook at the impact fees?
I think it's 4 years or 5 years.
There's actually a clause in there that you demonstrate a.
It's 2 years, with a 4/5 vote and an extraordinary, I think it's either the word extraordinary, it's extraordinary change or something extraordinary had to happen since you last adopted it.
Okay.
So anything that existed when you adopted it wouldn't count, such
Okay.
as the parkways coming, because it's kind of hard to make an argument that we didn't know about that.
Yeah.
So it has to be extraordinary and 4/5 vote in order to bring it back sooner than 4 years.
Would we
Turnpike
say
might be
the
extraordinary.
additional unexpected growth?
Yeah, I think so.
We could say, we could stretch that out.
Well, again, couldn't that
You
be
might.
something that we could ask? I mean, if we're gonna ask neighbors in Giblin, I think that's something else that they could weigh in on as well. Like how to get there, maybe, I don't know.
So, I'm hearing that we should move forward a consensus, get you to get the, some advice from neighbors in Giblin for the MSTU and the street-wide.
Countywide.
It can't, she said not countywide, it has,
They have implemented countywide.
They're
I-
obviously
I-
a consultant. Can you just explain the scope of their consulting? Because I'm not as
Right.
familiar with the company.
what I was told is, well, neighbors in Giblin is,
They're lawyers.
they're lawyers, it's a law firm.
Jeff
And,
They're a
loves that.
governmental
Oh,
firm.
damn, he's not here to get the joke.
and
Sorry.
they have done this for many counties, and I was told it kind of is a easy fix because they just kind of changed the county because they've done it so many times throughout the state of Florida.
They're attorneys that specialize in taxation and local government?
Yes. And I guess all I'm looking for is, I think we should just explore all the avenues that we can for road resurfacing,
And
shifting the, the burden of the sheriff's, off of the ad valorem onto a specialized, whatever we can figure out, and I think that's, all I'm asking for is that we can give direction to the staff to go that direction and find out how we're gonna fund, because I think this whole conversation, no matter what we do, is we have to look at what we have available in our budget and, how we're gonna fund all these different programs and services that we want as our dream wish list.
Well, I support moving forward and getting the education on MSTU.
So I've heard a lot of ideas. So yes, Neighbors Giblin, Heather Encinoza has done amazing things for us here in setting up MSTUs and MSBUs in the past. So a lot of folks are familiar with the firm because we've worked with them before. In fact, Randy actually worked for GSG before coming with the county, before coming with this county. So GSG is an entity that Neighbors Giblin partners with. GSG is the type of company who would be the number crunchers, who would come up with the formulas and ratios and so on and so forth. So just to give you a little information of who they are. So I've heard talk about an MSBU and an MSTU. I just want to make sure the board understands the difference between those two things. An MSTU is based upon ad valorem. So if a person does not pay ad valorem tax because of whatever reason, whether they their property is homesteaded and they have homestead exemption, whether there's some kind of classification, those persons don't participate in an MSTU because they don't pay taxes. An MSBU is based upon a special benefit, and that's why I say that you have to show in the law a special benefit to the property. So if we understand an MSTU and an MSBU, I think I heard someone say, well, we want to do an MSTU because everybody pays for that. Just bear in mind that if a person doesn't pay taxes, then they're not going to contribute to an MSTU because it's based upon ad valorem. So if everybody understands the difference between those two things, when I go to Neighbors Giblin, I know that Heather has said that she does not believe we can do a countywide MSBU. However, I will ask her again, and what I will ask her is to put it in writing so that you all understand that the position on that. However, I need a funding source, and I need to know how much y'all are willing to pay for this, because lawyers don't come free. So we need to figure out how much we're going to pay her and exactly what we're going to ask. Are we going to ask her to come up with a alternative funding sources, like you could do this, you could do that, you could do this, so that you guys could pick from it? Or am I going to ask her a specific question, which is, can we do a countywide MSBU for road resurfacing? That's what I need some help from y'all in deciding. And then, of course, whatever y'all decide, I'll put together in a memo, and it will come to you in a board meeting so that you can authorize the expenditure and actually discuss what exactly you want to pay. And the other thing is, I really have to use the restroom, but I don't think I can miss any of this discussion.
You have to wait.
Choose restroom.
Let me see if I can.
I do have a question.
I've been holding it a while.
Diana, it's first year.
So let me see
She's
if I
been
can
waiting
maybe
patiently.
bring this in for a landing. So essentially what Rebecca has brought up, and I thank her for bringing this up, is the elephant in the room is ad valorem and homestead exemption and et cetera, et cetera. When you have high ad valorem, you are not necessarily going to attract businesses to move here versus a county right next door that has 3+%, right? So I personally would be very interested in trying to shift as much of the funding as we can off of ad valorem in a humane manner, of course, and then being able to reduce ad valorem as we are able to bring in other funding mechanisms. So that would be MSBU, not TU. And maybe if the board has consensus on that, then it would be your first option, which is help.
Give us a
give us
laundry,
options.
a laundry
Give us a-
list of alternative funding
Give us a
sources.
menu list of different ways we could do this. Start moving towards that model. It's not gonna be a cliff, but it'll be a, you know.
I understand that there has been a prior rendition of that laundry list that was prepared by Neighbors Giblin, but it's dated. Heather is looking for it to see if she can find it. but it would be dated because it would have been old.
Do we have board consensus on what I just said, that that's what are all five of us interested in that? Because that's what economic development will need.
I think there's, no harm in asking for this. In my opinion, I still think staff needs to kind of go through the budget and tell us where the deficits are. I mean, we have all these things that we need, so where are the deficits? What's that number look like, and what can we do? And I think once we kind of have some staff direction from our budget, that will help give a roadmap for where we need to go in funding.
May I?
Yes.
There was a not so wildly popular MSBU with the stormwater, 50-something dollars annually. Does that yield around $5 million, $6 million? Does anyone know that?
It was like
$4 million? Okay. So, math, unless it's new math and I'm incorrect. So if we're looking for $20 million, and you want to MSBU that, I mean, are we going to take a couple $100? So I guess my only problem with moving ahead, we paid the money, as Madam Attorney is asking for, how much, get the people out, MSBU. If we already know in our heads it's hundreds of dollars that we're probably not going to vote for, because I don't know, that seems like really poor timing right now with our citizens. I just think we need to try to look at what we've already done and what we know, and what's that dollar amount going to look like, and are you prepared to go, yeah, it's $300 extra a year, or unless I'm missing the math.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Bays had said, if you do implement this, then you take off the ad valorem.
Well, they did that with stormwater too, and I think it saved people $3, and then taxed them $57.
And I did vote against that.
I think here's the question for me. It's never going to be popular, but at the end of the day, how are we going to deliver these services? How do you propose to pay for road resurfacing if you don't figure it out, and where's it going to come from in the budget? If you don't have something like this, how are you going to pay for it?
Well, we talked about another way, but it seems like that idea wasn't getting traction, and that's fine. But I think that we need to look at the reality. So for the average homeowner, if it's $200 or $300, and we're a larger homeowner, now we're talking $1,000 or so on the taxes. Are y'all going to vote for that? I mean, are you?
How is it $1,000 for a larger homeowner?
She's just using stormwater math as an example. And it's 4 million compared to 20 million, right?
So I guess I always look at everything as a balance, and also through a lens of humanity, but also very fiscally prudent lens, at least in my world. This is what I think. So my feeling is that Randy often has told us how many people, like I think he said probably $300,000 home is about what the assessed value is, where you actually pay more into the county than you get in services. Which means we have a very unbalanced economy right now. We are too tipped over into retirees. We love our retirees, but the older population, service workers, lack of career class jobs, moving here, etc. We're just out of balance. So that's why I said perhaps we look at implementing a fractional MSBU, and so it's a sliding thing where we move over time, so there's not a cliff, like all of a sudden we're hitting somebody with a large MSBU and not as much coming off ad valorem, but we look at this moving towards that model, because we really do need to rebalance our funding mechanisms, our economy, our demographics, our job sources, everything. And if we just you don't want to do it so quickly that you swamp people. But it does need to happen, and that's why I suggested that. So
that's why I always come back to discretionary sales tax, and we
But that's
drop
4
the
years
ball
out.
over and over and over.
But the funding on that would be 4 years out at that point, and we're in desperate need
I know.
now for getting ahead of the road resurfacing.
I know, but it didn't have to be.
I know.
I understand that. I think like probably a lot of people in Citrus County hate to always, and you hear that in the community, they pay for consultants, and nothing ever gets done.
Absolutely.
So that's why I think we need to look ahead at the reality of what could come back and decide, was this just one more thing to show, we care and we're working on it, but now we're going to
that's a really
show
good
that we
point,
care,
yeah.
we're not going to tax you because it's unreasonable for the timing. I just think that we need to have that very hard, real discussion now before we commit funds to that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. We should, even if we're just spitballing numbers, if you will, the reality is this MSBU number is going to come back at X. Is everybody prepared to go down that road and vote for X if it's in that neighborhood? Because if you're not, why pay the consultant to come up with that number? The flip side to that is you're either going to fund it or let the roads deteriorate. We're falling behind, say conservatively, $12 to $14 million every single year that we don't fund it. And so now when we're talking about, let's say if we did go down the road of the sales tax, and putting it bluntly, we've all been told it ain't going to pass. Not for road resurfacing. Something else has to be packaged with it that would get people excited.
It has to be sexy.
And road resurfacing is not. I've been told that by people that favor it, people that don't like it. No, that's not to say that it won't, but I've been told, we've all heard that that's not going to happen. So if we hold out and put this thing decide that it's going on the 26th general election ballot, we're now 3 more years behind. So that's another what, $45 million we've fallen behind. Now it doesn't pass. Now what are you going to do? Now that MSBU number may have just gone from $250 a year to $4.25 a year. And while none of us may be sitting on the board at that time, we have just dumped a rotten egg right in the lap of the next board coming in, because we failed to deal with it. We're dealing with it now because previous boards have failed to deal with it. We can either choose to kick the can down the road or tackle this thing and go, it's time to get this done. It's time to figure out, it's going to be tough medicine either way.
Has this board before, or maybe staff, because I am new, have done anything assessing new growth numbers? Can that take a chunk out of it? X amount of people, X amount of neighborhoods or businesses come in. Is that adding enough money, more money? Will that create the shift?
Those numbers are coming out, but we have so many demands to manage that growth with new buildings. I'm not going to count on that. But we don't have those numbers yet.
Is important.
Right.
We have had, this board right now is dealing with many rotten eggs that have been dropped in our lap. And we can be like previous boards and just keep pushing it because it's not, it's not politically in our best interest. I'm okay doing some hard stuff, even if it means I don't get reelected. At least I know that during my term, I was looking to the future and willing to bet on it. The MSBU, I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Kennard, because I was not prepared to put that burden at the climate we're in on the backs of some of my isolated elderly and young families for the stormwater, and I voted against it. So you're absolutely right. It's great. I think it's a great idea, but we have to have the fortitude to vote for it. And if that number comes in, say at the $1,000, which I think your math might be very well close to that, I don't think I'm prepared for that.
So, if we're not gonna do it, then let's don't spend the money with Neighbors in Giblin and punt.
I am for the MSTU
I'm
bill.
sorry, what, can you say,
And punt.
no, what about Neighbors Giblin? I'm sorry.
You know, that if the board, if the votes aren't there, to support, an MSBU, a countywide MSBU or road resurfacing MSBU, then, you know, why would we pay Neighbors in Giblin $1
I got
to
you.
say, this is your number? Would it, you know, if the number comes back at $12 a year, I'll support it. If the number comes back at 2.25 a year, I'm out.
Right.
If the majority are out at 2.25, let's don't pay Neighbors in Giblin anything.
No, I,
Let's make the decision that this board is not going to fund road resurfacing any more than $6 million a year. And as the roads fall apart, future boards can rebuild them.
Well,
I
if
heard you.
roughly we have if it's $20 million, and we have, I think, roughly 82,000 households. Does that sound about right, the number? I think that's the demographics that I saw. If you divide that into it, that's about $244 per household, and that's not including commercial.
What do we get out of gas tax right now? How much, do we know how much we take from gas tax money towards road resurfacing?
I think I just seen a report, but Aaron, I don't know if Aaron, looks like she walked away. But, we can get that for you.
Couple $1 million bucks.
It's something like that. Yeah, we just got a
So
recent
it's gonna
report.
be in the two, you know, it's likely to
I think
be.
gas tax is roughly right around 8 million right now. It's on the decline, but I think it's about 8 million, but I know we have a lot of it pledged.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
That's
interrupt you,
okay,
but
go ahead.
how much of that 8 million goes towards road resurfacing? A lot of it, you're right, a lot of it is pledged to paying off bonds, to
491.
yeah, things like that, you know, repair work, signs, things like that. I want to say it's somewhere in the neighborhood of about $2 million of gas tax money goes towards road resurfacing. So maybe we don't have to come up with the full 20 million out of an MSBU. Maybe the number we need to come up with is 15 or 16 million. Still a big number. You're still looking at an MSBU of $200.
And the sidebar conversation of that is, that's just road resurfacing. We're not taking into account building any roads. If you need additional road capacity, that is also the other number that you have to look at, and it goes back. You need a 50% match 9 times out of 10. If you go to the state and say, you know, we have capacity issues, we want this, they'll say, we'll give you 50%, but where's your skin in the game?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, you don't have those dollars either. So how far, what's your deficiency level? How far do you want to go down that road just to say, you know, nobody wants to pay anything more. You know, I want a Louis Vuitton, but, you know, I'm gonna get something from TJ Maxx. You know, I'm gonna buy the
What's the
Louis.
matter with TJ Maxx?
Well, you know, it's not Louis Vuitton.
What fits your budget?
So you know, I think it's all what you're always going to have people say, I don't want to pay anything. That's just not reality. And I also want to caution when we talk about what we hear on the news, Florida's in a different position from economy. We're still growing. You know, we're not seeing the falling home prices. We still have people, we have about 300 people, I think, on average, maybe more a day that are moving in. That's the net migration. So because of our politics and who we are, we're still on the incline. We're not declining. And we can't let the naysayers put us in a deficit of where we need to go as a community. We got elected to make the hard choices, and we have got to stay focused, and we have got to make sure that we're taking care of what we're charged to take care of. And we are charged to deliver certain things.
So, can I ask a question then?
Oh, wait, she asked.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, we're trying to get some sort of protocol here. Number one, I will say, sales tax would be at least 4 years out, because if we did it, in 26, that would be, implemented in 27, so it's at least 4 years out. However, there is such a crescendo of angst about our roads. Everything that we've been told about it not being sexy enough may not hold water anymore, so I do want to keep that in mind. But secondly, we keep talking about a fairness perspective for those, to make sure that we don't swamp the people that are lower income. Okay, the young families, the isolated elderly, et cetera. I keep coming back to the idea of, if we need 20 million, we have 6 million in ad valorem right now. That's in addition to something that we get in from gas tax, or a portion of the 6 million is gas tax?
A portion of that 6 million is gas tax.
Right. So we need an additional 14 million. Can we not keep the ad valorem and then add an MSBU on top of that?
Again, that's where I think we have to get the direction of them.
That's a little, asking people to pay less than they would the full amount if they don't pay anything in ad valorem, because that's who we're worried about, is that we're swamping those folks. If we don't have the stomach to tax those folks at least a little bit for the roads, then we would need to go to an MSTU. But we keep talking about, we need to change the demographics of this county, and it needs to be an evolution, not a revolution, right? We just have to take steps in that direction.
And I agree with that. Go ahead, Commissioner McGinnis.
Well, what I was gonna say, we're talking numbers, but honestly, I've just heard different things from everyone. I would like to see, is it 20 million that we need a year? I don't know.
Easily.
So
Right?
I would
you
like.
agree?
It's at least 20 million a year. That's just to keep up.
Okay, so
We need to go back to one person talking at a time.
Sorry.
thank you. I would like, a real estimate, maybe from county staff, and then how much, if we did the MSBU, how much money would come off the ad valorem taxes, and then before we pay consultants, and maybe we're off, but at least have a window of a number. And then maybe we come back and not kick the can down, not punt it. Actually, just like an agenda item, like you said, every board meeting, what are the numbers? And then have a real discussion at those meetings. Okay, it's between 100 and 300, 200 and 500. And then discuss, before we get a consultant, what are we okay with? And are we going to step it? Or are we not? Are we just going to implement that and have staff help us going, okay, if we stair step it, what is that every year? Are we still behind? How behind is that? And then if we decide to be a little behind, can we make that up? And how quickly will we make that up? And if maybe we decide, oh God, that we're just getting so far behind, maybe we'll decide not to stair step it so much. But I think before we pay consultants, we need real numbers and keep having real conversations about what we're okay with. And I know personally, for me, it's just hard because of where we are in an economy right now. But I see what you're saying. We have a job to do. And if we let it all crumble and the economy is a little better in 3 years, well, how much more damage did we do? Mm-hmm. How much more money are we going to need? So all of that's not lost on me. I don't know that we can have quite the answer today, although I don't want to keep kicking it. I think that if we keep up with this at every single meeting, some of these things, I think that's what we're going to have to do. Mm-hmm. So we're not just talking and it sounds good. If we want to get this done in a year, it's going to be an every meeting conversation.
Commissioner Kennard, I want to go one more time and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, Commissioner Davis brought up the idea of the MSBU on top of the ad valorem. When we had this discussion about raising the ad valorem rate, I don't recall if it was last year or the year before. I think it was last year that I actually said, if we need an additional mill in infrastructure funding, then we need to we need to raise the ad valorem rate 0.2 of a mil every year for 5 years to get to that mill that would, I don't recall if that would fully fund our road resurfacing or at least get us very close to it. Then the discussion was, if a sales tax would pass, we would pull that back out.
Correct.
So it would be wrong to backtrack on that and say, okay, here's, we've only gone up 0.2 of a mil. We did that the first year so far. It would be wrong then to say, now we're gonna add an MSBU on top of that, and we've decided not to take that 0.2 of a mil. If we went down the road of an MSBU, we have to pull those 0.2 back out of the ad valorem, or the millage rate.
Absolutely. We are on the train of that plan, and I don't want to deviate from that plan, but I do think that we need to look in, and it is going to cost us a little bit, but we have to pay that because we need options, because we are behind the 8 ball. Love that little rotten egg has been delivered to this board, and so we have to make the tough decisions. And so final words on this, and then I'll let Commissioner Bays wrap it up on what direction we're going to give to staff regarding the MSBU, MSTU for roads and Citrus County Sheriff's Office.
I don't think I have a firm opinion yet.
Okay.
I can go either way on getting the consultant to give us options, but thanks for the reminder on that. It probably would have been nice to have at the beginning of the conversation, because I did totally forget about that. I still think an MSBU plus ad valorem might be an interesting way to start. I'm interested in moving the county in an evolution process towards taking care of the folks that are more economically strapped, that are already here, but not becoming the haven for more to move here. Does that make sense?
Yes. We don't need to be the cheapest county in the state
Correct.
of Florida. Commissioner Bays.
God, man, I feel like I'm reliving the ghost of Christmas past here.
I'm sorry I didn't get it to you sooner. I know you asked, but
You knew better than to run for election this time.
Well, this is back from, I felt like yesterday was everything from 2011, 2012. So this is in November of 2012 when I was on the board before. Neighbors in Giblin had actually done, that's how we ended up with fire. We ended up with a BU for fire services. We asked them to look at different things. These are print-offs. I'm gonna ask staff that they email you a copy of them so you can have them and you can look at them. There's
Don't
actually,
email me, please print it for me. Thank you.
there's a list in here. It says MSTU potential uses. I will tell you, I think this is appropriate just to take a couple minutes to say this, estimated in use of revenue. And this was the end of 2012. So at the time of 2005 law enforcement study, it was determined that patrol, traffic enforcement, and investigations mainly provide a benefit to the unincorporated area, and the resulting costs that could be funded from an unincorporated area MSTU for law enforcement at that time, and this was 05, but done in 12, it was over $9.5 million. So I can't even imagine what that number would look like today. Again, I think all I'm trying to say is we're running behind in our budget. And I think staff needs to give us some direction. They need to break it down by department and tell us where we're at, what our deficits are in each one of those categories. And then we have to look at how we're going to fund alternatively and catch up, particularly on road resurfacing. We just came off of a campaign trail and it was over and over and over. That was the number one thing. And we have a duty and an obligation to these people to pave their roads. And I don't think we can continue to talk about another project and funding something else until we take care of what we've already committed to. That's the last of my rant. I would like to see us try to figure out where we're at in our budget, how we're gonna fund these things, but I think the number one priority, it should be for all of us, is how we're going to repave these roads.
So, what I'm hearing is I think what I'm hearing, all of us should get this, we should read it, educate ourselves on discretionary sales tax, and hopefully finding the right partners out there to lobby and campaign this campaign, and what it could how it could benefit the county. And then also, are we saying that we'll do this first, look at it, and then we might not even need to revisit it with neighbors in Giblin, right?
Why don't I get you a price? Because I have
Okay.
a feeling that thing is going to be anywhere from $40,000 to $70,000.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm so.
And can we not
I know
confirm
Commissioner
figure
Kennard's
two
head
against
is
those
about to
numbers that I
pop
had
off.
asked for?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I had suggested maybe get through a meeting or two before going that way. Like, get those numbers, real numbers of what it costs, real numbers of how far we're behind, like Commissioner Bays was saying. You know, I don't think, I know we're behind, but if we took 30, even 60 days and every meeting lined up to a point before we pulled that trigger, I don't think it's gonna make us much more behind.
I'm just going to get a price. And then y'all
Well,
can
I
go
was
from-
wanting numbers, other
Right,
numbers.
right.
besides
I
this.
was just responding to the chairs.
So
I'll get a
you've
price.
got your direction.
I'm getting a price.
We would like to see the budget by department, where the deficits are, and what was your request?
You know, an actual, from Steph, with a good estimate of what we need every year to get us there. And I don't know if that's broken into, if you're caught up, it's this much a year. You're so far behind, so it's going to be this much a year. However, they can break that down in real numbers, and then numbers of this is maybe the average of what they're paying in ad valorem, and if that's taken away, what do they save there? And then we can kind of look at what an MSBU would be for the taxpayer.
So what I'm hearing is the three of us were given numbers of 20 million. We're about at a 75-year cycle. If we had 20 million.
25 years.
20 million is a 25-year cycle. The 6 to 8 million is a 75-year cycle.
And then I don't know I mean, obviously 75 sounds like a long time, so what's the actual good cycle? How often should we be
20 to
doing?
25
20
years.
to 25.
25 years.
So,
We've got direction.
good?
That direction.
So we can move on from this. Thank you. What was the next highest priority?
What I'm gonna do is just give you guys, the list that I have compiled as you've been discussing. There were some items that have a lot of overlap or are achievable within the next year. So there may be items that you mentioned that are longer term goals. I'm not saying they fell off the list. This is just identifying our next steps as staff. So I'm hearing that your priorities are 491 expansion and groundbreaking, the animal shelters construction, mental health and Baker Act facility, concurrency, funding residential road resurfacing, implementing a master transportation plan, beginning construction on the Barge Canal boat ramp, a Beautify Citrus campaign focusing on litter and appearances of public spaces, pursue alternate funding sources for the entire budget, including MSBU, MSTU, LOST, and other alternatives, strategic plan implementation, which is kind of what we're working on right now, communications update, Inverness and Crystal River Airport expansions, moving forward on what's already been approved. And I did include here, even though it didn't come back up, that it went into that master planning. We have the Beverly Hills Park. Thank you. Appreciate it. The Beverly Hills Park master plan, and then also the employee pay study. Is there anything that you guys had on your lists that you think should be on this list that is not currently?
Did you mention communications there at the end?
Yes.
I was watching Amy and I got distracted.
It was right
from
before
it.
the airport.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Madam Chair was, on Commissioner Bays, what we had started to do is saying the things that we could get done in our next 11 months. And I'm with Commissioner Kennard, and it won't take 11 months. Let's move now on that money and commitment for the Baker Act facility, because before session, So we show our commitment. So I think that is our most immediate, because I think more money depends on us moving as quickly as possible. So I feel like that should be priority number one. And I do think that should keep coming up, and roads should be at each of our meetings. The concurrency and the impact fees, I think, obviously, I don't know how fast that'll move along, but that should be something that we don't talk about, that because growth is happening so quickly. I think that that should be prioritized, and obviously that's going to start with staff. So I think for staff that needs to be quick. And as far as the beautification, I mean, we can take that one thing at a time. I was looking for things that could greatly benefit the community at a little cost. And I don't think signs are taking, for our companies or our staff to take extra care in our medians and just pay a little more attention, and us doing some litter campaigns. That should be fairly inexpensive and look good. So, I mean, we can just, move ahead on that however anyone wants. But I think that is something that could be taken care of this year. I would like to see a marked improvement in all of our districts this year.
So in the 11-month campaign, Baker Act facility, the breaking of the ground of 491, I think concurrency could be addressed in these 11 months. Yes, ma'am?
I did do a little bit of research with staff on the concurrency issues, and I have just, if y'all are interested. So it's going to take an amendment to the comp plan and to the LDC. In order to do those, you're looking at trips, of course, doing the work first. And I'm not sure whether staff, we've got our new growth management director, I'm sure he would be looking at that to see if we have the ability internally to do those types of things. We currently have concurrency for water, sewer, stormwater, and solid waste. So it sounds like you're looking at maybe concurrency for the schools. Remember the schools, we had concurrency for schools. The schools asked for that to be removed, so that's why you removed schools. So I don't know what concurrency you're looking at, but it sounds like maybe just traffic.
Yes.
So I don't know if we have the staff on hand to be able to do that, but that would be the first step, having somebody write the amendments to the LDC and the comp plan. It would have to go to the planning board, to the Board of County Commissioners, then it would have to go up to the Department of Economic Opportunity, and then back to the BOCC. In terms of just the steps along the way that it would take.
I think impact fees were, what we all were wanting to look at.
Well,
right?
just if you're looking at the 11 months, I was trying to give you a timeline. I think that would take all of 11 months to go through those steps, and that's not even anticipating how long it would take to create the product. But
I don't think that we can wait on concurrency. Otherwise, we have to maybe put a moratorium on the Central Ridge area because it's happening. And I just don't think that we can.
So that would have to be a priority.
Yes. Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to go down the road of a moratorium. I would like, if there's consensus here, I would like for us to give direction to start the process of implementing transportation concurrency. I think that's a good first step, but I would not support a building or development moratorium until we can get it in place.
Okay, so that goes on the 11-month list. Commissioner
What
Bays.
would it take to take a look at the impact fees for transportation?
I think.
Yes.
For me,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think that if you're just looking, I don't even know if you can implement at 100% what the consultant did the last time. I think you're gonna have to have the consultant look at it again, and perhaps the pandemic, the fact that we have more people coming into the community because of the pandemic, that might be that extraordinary type thing, and I can't take credit for it. That's Joanna's thoughts on it, actually, trying to be creative on what extraordinary might equate to. So I think it would be a matter of talking with the consultant to see if they believe that that might be something. And again, it's a new law. I mean, that law was only enacted probably within the last session or two. So it might be, we might be a test case, if you will. So I think that would just be giving staff direction to get to work on it.
Commissioner Kennard.
Call the consultant and get started.
Yes, if we're going to go down that road of making an attempt to raise our transportation impact fees to 100%, and we do need a new impact fee study, transportation impact fee study, that is something that we should take to the MPO, because the MPO can pay for that study. Hernando County had the MPO pay for the study, which is then reimbursed by DOT. We did not. For whatever reason, we paid for our own transportation impact fee study. My understanding is there was a little bit of a surprise that Hernando did it, and it's perfectly fine. So Citrus should be using the MPO to get that study done. And if we're going to go down that road, the sooner that it gets to the MPO, the better. And
When
get
did
that.
Hernando have that study done? Like 3 years, 4 years?
Probably 3 years ago.
Okay.
Did they implement it? Do you know?
The impact fee study, or the
Did they adopt
the
it at
results?
100%?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
So you're saying, what is your suggestion to direct?
If we're going to pursue this, making an attempt to raise our transportation impact fees to 100% before the was it the 4 years or 5 years as you're currently permitted? If we're going to try and claim an extraordinary circumstance, and we can't use the previous impact fee study, if we're going to need a new transportation impact fee study, then we need to get that in motion at the MPO. Let the MPO pay for that.
So that would be something you would put on the agenda and then would take it to the MPO.
Yes,
So
needs to
that-
be board direction to, yes, this is what we want you to do at the MPO.
Can the board give direction today to have that brought to the MPO?
I would say first we need to figure out if we need a new study, because if we can get away with the old study, that of course would be the least expensive. So
Also faster.
yes, and faster. So I think today, I would think you would direct staff to dust off that study and see and talk to the consultant that we had and see if they thought that it would, we could make the argument, and if we could use the same one, and bring it to the board at a board meeting after this.
Okay, Commissioner Bays?
I was just curious kind of what, if staff, I don't know if anybody's in here, would know what that impact fee number off of what it is currently today would look like.
I don't know the dollar figure. I
Yeah.
know we adopted at 50%, but I don't know what the dollar.
I think impact fees on a house right now are what, $5,600, I think, something like that?
We'll get a document after lunch, just so you have it.
Okay, so,
You want my
okay,
11-month list?
yes. Wait, so we have direction for the, concurrency road traffic impact fees, okay.
Concurrency and impact fees, two different things, but I think
I
we have
know.
direction on both of those.
But it's-
I think we
yeah.
have direction on.
Okay, so then Commissioner Davis.
My top 5 priorities would be, and these can all either make a lot of progress this year, like breaking ground, or come over the finish line. Baker Act, 491, animal shelter, concurrency / impact fees, and then back to comms. And she left the building. The great timing, strategic plan, one of the ideas that came about at the citizens thing was to do monument signs coming into the county that, you know, were landscaped and had our new tagline of where nature and community thrive. And so that can actually be part of the strategic plan and communications plan, and I agree with Diana that it's low dollar to push that across, because that will start inspiring a greater sense of place and a greater sense of pride. And it's not going, the people who throw their McDonald's bags out the window, you're not going to get all of them to not do that, but slowly but surely we will hopefully start turning the tide of people who really don't care how much litter we have. And it's also very good for economic development.
Okay. Need to highlight. I had my list, the pay study, for county employees. Where are we at with that?
They're telling me, I don't know, June is in the audience. If you could come forward, please. I know it's any day now that we're supposed to be getting some kind of data delivered. Great, take this right here.
Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Jeannie Randall, Human Resources Director. So the consulting firm that we're working with, they're actually preparing a plan to present to senior staff, and we're trying to set a date for next month.
Okay.
After that plan is presented to senior staff, we'll have we're hopefully trying to do a workshop that we can present to the commissioners what their suggestions are and recommendations.
And that is a study that the previous board agreed to pay for, and once again, if you do that, you have to be prepared to implement it. So that might be my motto for this day, that if we're going to do any kind of study and we agree, that we take the advice of the study. Okay. Yes, sir.
I agree with you. I supported doing the pay study, and we had some good discussion at that time that if we're going to go down this road of doing the study, we need to implement it and make sure that that we fund the pay increases that this study tells us that we should be implementing for county staff. This past year was getting the sheriff's office and those folks up to a competitive pay rate, and then this year's budget needs to be focused on getting our county staff at the pay rate that they should be at. I don't know what that is, and my hope is that this study is going to tell us.
And all of us are business owners, have employees at one time or another, and any one of us knows that you want to keep the people you have, the good employees, and pay them well, because they will get offered, they will be poached, and it will cost us 2 times the amount to get that new person up to speed. And it's just a revolving wheel, and I think we have an amazing staff. I'm sure you've had the opportunity in the last month, hopefully you've met with them all, but we want to keep the people we have, and we want to let them know, I want to let them know that I appreciate them, and I would like to see them compensated.
I was going to say employee retention is a cost savings.
Oh,
Exactly
yeah.
what you said. It's a cost
Absolutely.
savings.
Absolutely.
And I've been impressed from day one here with these employees, and I concur with what you all say that we got to get it competitive. These are amazing folks, and we need to do the right thing and fund this study.
Okay, so,
May I just say something on that?
yes.
I just want to say it didn't make my list because I assumed it's actually already moving forward, but I'm definitely for it, so.
Very good. Anything on that pay study?
Not on the pay study, but I just had a thought on something that we had already discussed, if I can bring that back up.
Okay.
The Barge Canal boat ramp.
Okay, then can you hold that?
Oh, that's great.
Diana, do you have anything on the pay study?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. Sir, go ahead with Barge Canal.
My understanding is that there has been some discussion, not just over the past year. In fact, we've got a previous chair of the TDC and current chair of the TDC of needing a larger facility to host different voting events, voting tournaments, or things along those lines. Maybe we look to the TDC for money, for funding, for a facility up there on the barge canal. There's no doubt that we've got a lot of tourists using our boat ramps, so that may be one potential funding source, not just to build a ramp, but to have a facility up there, a destination type of facility to host events there. Thinking bigger, thinking a little bit out of the box, that would help us get there up on the barge canal. Another funding source maybe we implemented a county-wide park impact fee. Maybe looking to see what is in that fund. I would think a project like that certainly would qualify for use of impact fee revenue. So anyway, just a thought on trying to figure out how we're going to get that one across the line.
And then you, Commissioner Bays.
I love that idea, but I'll throw another monkey wrench in it. When I was on the board previously, we actually did a port feasibility study, and I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, part of that was at that boat ramp location to have a like a dry storage facility, like a marina operator.
Mm-hmm.
So that may be something else that we want to drag out, dust off, take a look at, because I think that could be, you know, you have that piece of property, even though it's a lease through DEP, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
You know, that could solve our funding issue, because you could actually bring a person in that would build it, develop it, operate it, and it would be a revenue source back.
Yeah.
Very good. Would you think that could be in our 11-month goal? To look at the funding sources for the barge canal?
I think that we, I would say yes. I'm very close to saying absolutely yes, because we don't know when that Gulf Coast Consortium is going to release that money. You know, if we get an email today and say, okay, here's your money for the Force Main up 19, my guess is that Ken Cheek's ready to go on that. Here's your money for the boat ramp. I don't think the engineering's been done on that yet. I mean, you know, there may be some drawings out there. We definitely haven't gone through permitting yet. That needs to be, there needs to be some progress there over the next 11 months. So I would say, yeah, we need to be getting these things moving for when that email or phone call does come.
In your packet, I asked staff to put in each department's.
The priorities should be in there, and they're also in your stapled packet.
Well, and it wasn't just priorities, it's what they are working on, have been directed and approved to be working on.
Looks like this.
You don't want that one. That's not the right one. Do it again.
A lot of paperwork in there. That's it.
So, Ken only has 6 things on his list. So, what's one more? Yes, ma'am.
So, and Ken, this would be directed at you too. I know that the Florida water funding, there's grant opportunities. Have we looked at any of those? There's the water project funding sources, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection funding opportunities, specifically alternative water supply grants, restoration assistance, the resiliency and coastline program, the non-point source management program on the 319 grant. So I can forward you this, and you can take a look at it, but I think this might be another opportunity for funding.
And do we have a grant writer on staff, or does each department do their own?
Marisol's saying, yes, we do. I did on the organizational chart, there was something within finance that was still vacant, I think, but it was grant related, but I'm sure Aaron could clarify that.
But that's just,
Yeah,
that's
just for-
one department
Right.
that covers all the departments. So OMB
Yeah.
has had one.
Each individual department used to do their own grant writing. A few years back, we did add a position for a grant writer that is in the OMB division, or department, excuse me, and that person coordinates with all of the various departments. And if I've said something wrong, Aaron can correct me, but I think that's the way it is.
Sorry, Aaron.
It's okay. So we handle many of the departments, but like community services and housing, they still handle their own.
Okay.
For the most part, we work with all the other departments. They are the project specialists, so they know that information, and then we will help facilitate leading that application, getting that to the grants team and seeing following that, seeing if they're awarded, and doing everything we need to after that. And we are also implementing grant software so that we can be notified of grants when they become available and apply online.
Okay, I want to know the time frame on that, but before that, so the grant guru that you had, is it vacant position?
It is vacant right now.
And that money, that payroll, is that still in the budget?
It is still in the budget.
So that is a position that needs to be filled?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what's the timeline on the software?
Need to get her on mic, I guess.
So we are actually currently doing training with eCivis. That is a grant management software. And they do pre and post grant management. So we're actually right now every week doing training with them, and we expect to go live sometime next week.
Very good. That's a win.
Yes.
We'll put that on that list at 11 months? Okay, thank you.
Ken, the deadline's February 13th.
The software goes online next week.
No, this grant.
I know, but the grant software goes online next week.
This grant goes.
Yeah, you get a month though, it goes on next week. Get one more weekend.
No, to apply for that.
Use the grant software to. Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
I was gonna-
And anybody else that comes up, they can just come up here so you don't have to keep leaving.
I was going to ask if I could deviate a little bit.
Yes.
One thing, we did put the ARPA project list together, which I know we're going to talk about that later on. But there is a footnote on that list that we need to probably talk about during that, about Livestream, where it talked about there was a board meeting on 9/27/22 where it was removed from that list. So I want to make sure we have that discussion about the funding for that. And I don't know if that was assuming that was the $2 million at the time.
The live stream money was
cut.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, I
No.
thought you were still
No.
Marisol. Go ahead, go ahead.
And no, because it was something you had brought up at the meeting about using the federal dollars for purchasing property.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
That's okay. I just wanted
I thought that was a lunchtime,
Yeah.
kinda have the stomach for it with the ARPA funds.
just to put that,
But we need to note that.
just that
I will highlight
just so
that.
we're aware. That's all.
Okay,
It's a small footnote.
thank you, Aaron. So in your packet, you have, as we think about this upcoming 11 months, these, I don't know how many wish lists are on here, but I didn't really want wish lists. I wanted what they're really working on, like what is Ken really working on? So that we don't pile more on you and you have to move something off the list. So in your packet, you have each department, and just keep that in mind as we think of what we want to accomplish in the 11 months, and then as we go towards the next year's budget for the 2 to 3 year plan and so on. So, Did you add the barge canal funding sources, for the 11-month goal?
Yes.
We all in agreement with that? Okay.
I also added implement grant software.
Yes, thank you.
Why not?
And, does anybody else see anything that they put forward that could be on the 11th-month goal?
So what you have on the staff priorities are just the initiatives that, barring any change in board direction, will continue forward throughout the budget year that we're in currently. And then as we prioritize our budget for next fiscal year, we'll be using your priorities, making sure that they're aligned with those department priorities. So likely, unless you guys have had a change of heart, none of the things on that list will be a surprise to you. But there may be some changes to the direction based on your priorities this year.
There's one that I think is very doable in the 11-month period, and it's timely because we are working on the 5,000-foot expansion in Crystal River, is to have a discussion or have staff look at what properties we ought to look at adding to that footprint. Because US 19 is widening. My understanding is that the Dairy Queen is going to be about 2 foot below grade now. And they may or may not want to stay there. And the Dairy Queen, and then there's also the brightly colored house at the north end of the turf runway. That's actually more or less within airport boundaries. It should never not be part of the airport. So that's the two that I'm specifically talking about. And then longer term, if we ever find a way that the armory could be located elsewhere, we really need to get that we own that, but it's on a very long-term lease.
I'm just gonna add acquisition to the CR Inverness Airport expansion line item, because that's gonna be a few action items, but yes, they're all doable.
It's more the plan that we need to be ready, because if DQ comes up for sale and we're caught flat-footed, that's not forward thinking.
Sounds good.
Yes, sir.
I would like to see, and since we're talking about projects, and I know I've already mentioned them, projects that we want to see some action on over the next 11 months, and Commissioner Davis just mentioned it, is, again, we've got a legislative, I believe it was a legislative appropriation for, was it $6 million for the Crystal River Runway? It was a big number. I'd like to see some action on that. We don't have to break ground on it, but what's the plan? Let's get that project moving. Also, the Inverness Industrial Park, Airport Industrial Park. We got funding. We got exactly what we asked for, and undershot the number by stupid amount of money.
$8 million.
Yes. I don't know. Still to this day, I don't know how that happened, but it happened. We got the funding to get the park started. Let's get it started. This has been, I remember when I first got elected in 2016, I sat up in Jeff Rogers' office here in the Canto Government Building. I said, "What's the story with the Airport Industrial Park?" Well, it just needs somebody to get behind it and push it. I said, "All right, well, let's get it rolling." So we started it, and here we are. 6 years coming up on 7 years later, and we've got funding for it. Let's get it going.
Commissioner, what was the dollar amount you said for Inverness?
I don't remember what.
We got, it should have been 13 or 16 million. We asked for 8 or 9, and we were short 8.
We got exactly what we asked for.
And we could have gotten more probably, but we undershot it.
And that's what we're lobbying for now, to get the balance of that.
Yes, yeah. We've got, my understanding is we got funding for the infrastructure part of the park itself, and did not ask for the funding for the apron to connect the two, to connect that to
the taxiway,
to the actual airport itself. And so that's.
So can we not do that today? Can we not instruct, but like, who do we give that to? Like to Steve? I guess that Steve.
Yeah, we're gonna email to you.
All of, and I'll talk about this later today. All of our instruction, all of our direction should go to him. and then he takes it to his directors where it needs to go. We got a legal question, goes to her, and then she can have her staff work on it. But, so yes, who do we direct? The guy on the end. Let's get it rolling.
And,
This is the year of make it happen.
That's right, make it happen.
and Commissioner Kennard,
Yes.
that was on our legislative ask for the
Yeah.
Inverness, the additional
Yes.
money, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, moving along, you might have been in the bathroom. What I asked is if you could look at your list and see if there's anything that you thought could be accomplished in the 11 months, you know, our goals for this make it happen year. Do you see anything? And the same for you. You,
I already gave mine, so mine was,
the 11 months?
yes, the Baker Act facility, I wanted to push for that.
Yeah, we got that on the
And
list.
I talked about, the improvement that we could all make in our districts for beautifying Citrus. I mean, we may wanna talk further if we could do that this year with money, and it, like I said, it should not be that expensive, about looking at signage at our entry points with lighting and some landscaping.
May I-
And Commissioner Davis just brought that up, you were in the
You
bathroom.
hightailed it right when I was saying and to.
We don't take
Oh,
breaks.
And she's left the building. This actually came up during the strategic planning process in the citizens at the cannery. Somebody suggested doing monument signs at all of the major highways or roadways coming into our county. And that actually that portion of what you want can be, go right into communications and strategic planning process, because that would be part of branding the county. And that would have the tagline of where nature and community thrive, which is the tagline that came out of the process. And what that does is, it's team spirit, it's team colors, it's that sort of thing, so it'll slowly start moving that needle. It won't stop the people, the dummies that throw their McDonald's bag out the window. It's not gonna stop all of them right away, but it'll slowly start inspiring more pride in our community, as well as be good economic development driver.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So-
And my question to you is, how tall do you want those monuments?
Code says under 6 feet, and I would not like them to be that tall.
Let's don't revisit all of that.
We had an hour discussion on sign height last night.
Comic relief. Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Kennard.
Yeah, a couple things. We have talked in the past about adding an additional litter crew. To do that, I was told that at that time would be an additional $2 on the landfill assessment and property taxes. We just raised that assessment from 25, I believe, to 27 this past year. So I'm not suggesting we do that, but I'll throw that out there, that's what I was told when asked, what about an additional litter crew? Now, that's not going to address Highway 44, Highway 19, and 41. Those are state roads. They have their own contractor. This would be just for county roads. So that's something that we can discuss at some point if we want to go down that road. Randy and I had some conversation about contacting DOT about the county, DOT contracting with the county for us to do litter control on the state highways in the county. His comment to me at the time was that DOT, I'm sure, would love to do that. The problem is that they don't raise that contract price incrementally each year as your costs go up. That once they get it off their plate, that's your baby. He had words of caution about doing that. He said it's certainly doable. Chances are that they would love to do that, but you have to be careful that you don't get stuck with something that is an ever-increasing maintenance cost and no additional maintenance revenue.
So once you get it, you got it.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. That was my understanding. And something that Commissioner Carnahan brought up a couple of these planning sessions, I would say probably the last 2 years, maybe the last 3 years, is that the county is in need of additional fields football field in particular. I believe we got the Central Ridge soccer fields, the lighting up out there out of park impact fees. And he had brought up, and I agree, I've heard the same complaints, that that we need additional fields, or at least an additional field. And we had talked about putting it out in the Central Ridge area. There are still impact fee funds for parks in the districts that used to exist.
Yes.
And those funds have to be spent in those districts. We now have a countywide park impact fee, but the money that was left over from those previous districts have to be spent in that district. And so it wouldn't be money that's coming out of ad valorem taxes, but it is sitting there in that Central Ridge district, that we could look at, what are the costs of construction, what are the costs of maintenance, probably more importantly, but it is something that is needed. It's been needed for a couple of years. I know, like I said, Commissioner Carnahan was beating that drum for a couple of years, and we just never went anywhere with it.
It's actually number 3 on my list. A master plan for the Central Ridge, Beverly Hills Park. I wanted to talk to you all about maybe even opening it up to University of Florida's landscape architect department or architectural department, seeing if it could be some kind of student project to get to us. And I would think that would save some money, and we would get some younger outlook to that. Trying to, I would love to see that done, but I was going to talk to you about that later and see if I could get a consensus of maybe moving forward and getting that on the agenda and doing some research on it. I haven't even touched any of the universities to see. I kind of wanted to do a contest, say, hey, any of you grad students or undergrads that are in this department, best plan, you could win $1,000 or something. But it was kind of, frowned upon.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't oppose it. I don't know if they have that kind of a program, but I certainly would not oppose that.
Yeah.
I have a question, piggybacking on what you were saying. I don't know if maybe somebody here might know, when you're talking about the litter crews, I remember I was maybe a kid, I don't know, maybe a young adult, I don't remember how long ago it was, but trustees from the jail would do it. They would use, people that were staying in jail to clean up the roads. Does anybody remember or know, or you do remember? Did it stop?
And I don't know when it's stopped, but I mean, they have done it. I live on 581, and I have seen them out there.
Recently?
Within the last 2 to 3 years, not in the last year, but in the 2 to 3 year window.
Maybe
For the
COVID, maybe.
For the three of us who are here the last couple of years, trying to remember what Randy always said is that for community service, when people go into the court system, they always choose library, not road work. And so there was a judge who was allowing them to choose, and he said we need to get to the judges to be a little bit more hard about this and assign them to community services picking up roads.
Commissioner Bays.
Do we have any type of a regulation in place that says if you're hauling stuff down the road that you have to cover it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing to enforce that?
That's the sheriff.
The sheriff.
And I mean,
You go
I think
ahead.
that all kind of ties in. I kind of mentioned this to you about having a conversation with the sheriff's department to say, if we start targeting littering and pass out a few tickets, we'll get some attention. People will be more cognizant. And I'm just going to give an example. I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but Publix does a phenomenal job with their parking lot and their baskets. They keep them clean. Each one of the Walmarts in our county, I think, generate, $100 million a year or something. But the baskets are always a mess. There's always crap all over the parking lots. And I think if you're gonna be a community partner, then you're a community partner. And I think we need to have some conversations with community partners, that you're gonna have some responsibility. You know, it's your, part of your stuff is ending up on our roads. And I think there's a partnership there, and I think it's been there in the past. We used to have a really great program called Keep Citrus Beautiful. And I think, you know, there's some room there to elevate that back to the top, work with them, work with some of these convenience stores and Walmarts and things like that to make sure trash is getting picked up. Be a better partner with us in our community. You're generating a lot of revenue, so let's partner together and make sure it's what we want.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, we have a fee at the landfill if a vehicle pulls up with an uncovered load. I would be curious to know how many times we've collected that fee. You know, we've been very vocal about the sheriff's office writing 0 litter tickets. I mean, not just minimal, but 0 litter tickets. And if you listen to the sheriff's side of it, they'll tell you, understandably, they'll say it's somebody, if they've got a patrol car behind them, they're not throwing that McDonald's bag out the window. Now, if it's an unmarked car, maybe there's an opportunity there. And the Chronicle at one point had offered to plaster on the paper these tickets, the people's names and so forth who had been written tickets, but there aren't any tickets. So it is an issue, but if we're going to be that vocal about needing the sheriff's office or wanting the sheriff's office to write more tickets, we need to be equally focused on, are we collecting that fee at the landfill? Now, one of the things that Randy used to caution me about that is that the more you start finding them at the landfill for showing up without a covered load, they'll just take it down out in the woods and dump it in the woods. Now, certainly it's illegal, but it encourages the heavier you are on the stick side of this, then they just find a different place to dump it. It doesn't end up in your landfill.
Maybe warnings would be a good place to start with that.
Go in order. Sorry. Are you done?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, but did you
We're trying to keep the protocol of, being recognized. He asked for us to,
Yep.
so, go ahead.
Okay.
That's how it works. Go ahead.
I love your idea about the partnerships. Can we get a plan together even today? So do we want to do a letter that's, from the Board of County Commissioners? I mean, do you have an idea, or are you just spurring ideas?
I think the appropriate place to start would be with Keep Citrus Beautiful. It's my understanding, I think they're starting to reorganize their board and be a little bit more vocal and active again like they used to be. So I think maybe that's a launch point, and talk with them, and then filter it out to see where we can go as a county with writing letters or asking partnerships with.
They've got a lot of good best practices, their national programs. So they've got some good materials and tools if people are motivated to take on that cause.
You're done?
Yeah.
Commissioner Davis.
Back to the idea of county government doing our part to always be good citizens and a good organization in the community. Waste comes from, and I always come back to this, that, environmentalism gets a bad rap. Some of the original conservatives founded the National Park System, and our greatest asset is our environment. And I'm very happy to be able to be a Republican in a county that really actually recognizes that. And environment is everything to us. So along those lines, I would really like to see water filling stations everywhere and us to stop buying the plastic bottles. Or move this way down on how many we buy. Because this is a huge waste. It's a waste of money, it's a waste of materials, and microplastics end up in everything. In the oceans, I mean, we really are screwing up the environment on a global standpoint with microplastics, but that also ends up on our roadways. And so be what you want to see, and I'm not saying that we would go forth and command others to do that. I'm just saying that we ought to be what we want to see. That's why I carry my water everywhere. You'll rarely see me grab one of these.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Be a little reluctant to jump on board with the water filling stations. I would want to see the demand come from the public first.
I'm talking about in our county buildings. That's it. Just us. Just
Yeah,
us.
Understood, but I don't, even at that, I guess I'm not hearing that, that call from county staff that we don't wanna have to use water bottles. Trying to force somebody, whether it's hundreds of county staff or, 160,000 people in the public, trying to force them down the road of getting away from bottled water. There's gonna have to be an awareness on individuals' part, to want to go down that road and desire those things. And then I think it would be, good for the county, county commission to go down that road of installing them.
May I address that?
Understood.
Okay.
I don't want to get too deep into the weeds in this. We used to have water fountains, we still do. All I'm saying is that there are quite a few people in the world that carry refillable bottles. That's all. You're carrying one that you bought at the, convenience store or whatnot. Some people just refill these. I think that all I'm saying is that we are still providing water, and by the way, our water services department obviously just won a huge award. It's very drinkable the way it is. So have a water filling station. It's very difficult to refill this out of a water fountain.
There's one.
I'm aware of that, but we don't have them everywhere. And that's just what I'm saying. I'm not making a big deal out of this that we need to do it all immediately. I'm just saying when we're looking at refurbing a hall or something, think about it, that's all.
That is fantastic, and I hope that
And
happens.
we're gonna move on.
I want to circle back about, yes,
Make you aware of the time.
okay,
About lunchtime.
thank you.
Yep.
So keep beautifying citrus. We are in agreement with the monument signs. We're in agreement with the 11-month time frame. I would like to circle back with what both of you said. If there were actual tickets given out, that would be a revenue source for the sheriff's office, and the same with the noise ordinance tickets on the water that we just put in place, which I guess we each could talk to the sheriff about that. But it's just like these little towns that don't have enough ad valorem, they have these speed traps because it generates revenue. So maybe we as a group could each talk to the sheriff and say, could we work on that so that, one, we could beautify citrus, plus it would bring revenue to his department. Yes, sir.
I think that he's on board. I mean, there's a story out there about our sheriff, the sheriff actually pulling somebody over for a cigarette that got flipped out the window. So I think that he's on board. We could certainly ask or encourage them to, remind deputies or encourage deputies to look out for these things. And it may take, rather than just a warning of flipping the cigarette butt out the window, it may take a ticket or two. Word would spread pretty quickly that the sheriff's office is on this litter thing.
Perfect. So I think that's a good break right now, and we can get lunch, and we'll have you recap in 15 minutes or so
That sounds great.
of where we're at. Okay.
Take a palate cleanser with the ARPA funding, and then we'll come back to the priorities and make sure you're still on board before we end the event.
Thank you.
No, I think it's just a
thankful that they have, I mean, I know they've mentioned affordable housing a few times up at the dais when those items are coming up,
no.
so maybe it was just, that,
No.
but I don't know for sure.
Wow.
But she's got our info, so we'll make it happen.
So did you have like a pillow, like a massage table, and you just look down?
I rented a massage table.
Mhm.
And I didn't get a massage.
Just kind of work through it and finished. 2 to 3 o'clock.
So my husband is actually the best cook ever.
Yeah?
And last night he made
film him for a
I
little
actually
vision.
only really like the garnet on top,
Everything in this world.
If you want
Yeah,
to.
obviously.
but I can't figure out how to just get that off.
Just to peel
It
it.
is what it is.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we get older, we have three parents, it's not easy to deal with. It's like we know it's happening, but
You know it's coming.
I don't know that it softens that blow at all when it happens, you know?
Oh my.
Rebecca, you ready?
Ready as all of me.
We need Steve.
Oh, you did it. How'd you do it so loud? Hello? Time to get back to work. Okay. Now I would like to talk about, I think next on the agenda is the ARPA funds. I asked staff to give us funds that are committed and we cannot move. And the highlighted ones could be juggled around. Am I saying that right, Erin? And the reason why I brought this up is because this is a new board, and perhaps this board's initiatives are different than the past board, and just something to look at.
He said Stacy. Phone call, so this should be open.
Madam
So,
Chair?
yes, sir.
Before even diving into this too much, my suggestion would be that unless you're opposed to a particular project, I would hate to see us get in the business of juggling things around. What we've been told over the years about economic development is that businesses, business entities, or would-be investors, developers, they like to see stability. They're okay with your impact fees are this, your tax rate is this, your governing system is this, as long as it's stable and doesn't change with each election every 2 years.
Right.
So just, that would be my thought process going into it is unless you're opposed to a project, and let's talk about the opposition to that project, then I would sure hate to see us start juggling funds around, pulling from one project and adding to another.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm opposed to a project.
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to discuss it with this board. And what I wanted to talk about, and it just so happens to be highlighted, is the Coke building. I was never truly for investing into that building. I thought Commissioner Davis, during those discussions, brought up a very good point that we needed to have a plan about maybe building onto the existing courthouse with a garage level. You had even brought up today the money coming back from the constitutional officers and starting that fund. And I just feel like this building already is not enough for the judges. And we have, I got this idea from actually Lee County. They took money and invested it into their historical courthouse, and that is where the commissioners meet. There is a chambers there. It would also be improving one of our assets that draws tourism, and we only have meetings there 2 days a month. I just thought it would be something that I would like to discuss with this board until we figure, and then the judges could take over our offices if it could be done properly. I did talk to Randy about it. We walked it. It could be worked out. The only rub was the Historical Society, but you know, they don't, there's a whole basement, and then they've got the whole building, and there's one person working for that department. They have the historical school also. So I just wanted to talk about it because this money, this $3.6 million, is that the best way to utilize that money? So just a discussion, your thoughts.
So you're suggesting that the county commission offices would be moved to the historical courthouse?
Yes, if the judges need space.
And what about county commission chambers? Would we still meet there, or would we meet over in the historical
The
courthouse?
historical. There's a courtroom there.
I would think you're just guessing. I would think you're probably looking at probably a similar investment over there to establish offices for the county commissioners and a suitable room for county commission meetings, and establishing some sort of security. If you're going to have security there, now you've got to fund the sheriff's office to be there, where they're already there for the courthouse. If we don't want or don't feel like we need security there, which I think would be a mistake, I'm glad to see security here for these meetings, because there's nothing at the front
Right.
door.
No, there has to be security.
You know, I'm not opposed to looking at alternate sites and using better utilization of the space that's there. The city of Inverness certainly has a fantastic space for their city council meetings. Maybe there's an opportunity to have a discussion there. I know years ago there was talk of it, and the two entities were not communicating very well. So that could be a possibility there, to maybe look at their chambers there. Again, there's no security there. And I don't know at that point what we would do for county commission offices, individual offices, but.
And before we move on to the next commissioner, I forgot to add, and the reason why I also came to this is because there are some repairs that are gonna have to be done to the old courthouse. You know, and the CIP or in the near future. And I thought, well, we could kinda kill two birds with one stone and enhance the asset that we have that is a big draw. So just an idea, I'm not married to it, I just thought, what could we do to be more productive with the money that we have?
May I?
Okay, yes, Commissioner Davis.
I think that the Coke building was a Band-Aid and a poor one at that, and that's why I really pushed back and I said, can we look at doing night court or things like that to try to flip it, and then that was not well received, shall we say. So I love the idea. I don't know if it works out in the end, but I think it would be interesting to kind of do back of the napkin math to see if it's worth pursuing from a branding and cachet standpoint. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. But, being fiscally conservative, we need to see what the back of the napkin math is, because it does need security.
You have something? Yes.
Yeah, and just to touch on something you had mentioned, adding on to the existing courthouse to create the needed space. What we had decided, and I mentioned it earlier, is let's take the money that the constitutionals send back to the county every year and start applying that, start saving that money and apply it to the cost of that. And the number that's been thrown around there conservatively at that time. And I remember, I hate to keep bringing his name up, but the number that Randy had mentioned was maybe you could start at a number of $60 to $70 million. for an addition to the courthouse. That's a lot of dough. And I think looking at some alternatives in the meantime until we can save some money that the constitutionals are not returning to us. That's going to take a plan to come up with that kind of money.
And when that came up, I, looked into that, and I think 4 years ago, the sheriff returned something like $800,000, and then it went down, and then the year before that, it was $32,000.
Yeah.
So, that will take forever to get to 60 million.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just trying to, when I heard the grumbling already about the Coke building, and we hadn't even started, I'm like, we have to think about something else. And, I'm not saying it would work, but there's a whole basement level even at the old courthouse that could be legitimate storage, but we're filling up the basement at the courthouse with storage and taking other offices for storage. I mean, we're not, if it's just sitting there, why are we taking away office spaces when you got a whole basement at the old courthouse that could maybe be retrofitted for storage? Just, anyway, which one of you two haven't spoken? Would you like to speak?
I think the latter idea I find better than the first one. I think to put offices over there and just the amount of money it would take, and I think people would not like ruining that historical value, which we would have to do somewhat to make that workable for us. But the basement, to retrofit for storage, because I do know up where we are, there's walls and construction when they need space, and I've actually wondered that too, but we're putting storage up here. So yeah, moving storage, whether it's there or somewhere else, seems like a better thing to do than take the space that you need and make it storage. So I think you're right on.
And it would be an enhancement of the old courthouse. There's some work that really has to be done. Commissioner Bays.
Well, again, this is why I brought up a master facilities plan earlier in the day, and I think this is a bigger conversation that we need to have a partnership with the city of Inverness. Our actual governmental footprint in downtown Inverness is, we have more than what Orlando has, but we're just not utilizing and capitalizing on it well. So, again, I think this is one of those things that we need to give direction to the staff to look at who we are today, what our continued population is going to look like over the next 25 years, what level of services are we going to be required by each of the constitutional officers to deliver, and what that space needs to look like. And then we can come up with a real plan to bring that forward. I do believe, and the downtown Inverness, I look at it and think, oh my gosh, we complain about, environmental impacts and hazards. We're taken up with so much parking on just ground that we could have a garage there. It would be generating revenue, and it wouldn't take up all the land mass on our lakes. And unfortunately, I think, back in the day, we did some repairs to the Stovall building when we probably should have abandoned it, and started over. I'm a little bit perplexed by the clerk was in the Metacrest, vacated the Metacrest. We took another very valuable piece of property that would have been great for economic development and rehabbed that next to Publix in Inverness, she has offices there now. We have the Stovall building, and we're still very fragmented. So I think this warrants a comprehensive look at a facilities plan to say, where are we going before we start trying to put Band-Aids and put round pegs in square holes. I think we just put this on ice until we've had the ability to do a thorough investigation of it and figure out what's our master plan. 'Cause to me, this is not, we're not coming up with a real solid plan in what our judges are going to need, what our court system is going to need, what our clerk, the other constitutional officers, and what is our partnership with the city of Inverness.
So are you saying put the Coke building on ice?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Any thoughts?
Commissioner Bays is singing my tune. Proactive, not reactive. You look decades out and back up from there. And that has to happen.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard.
It seems like we did a space needs study not too awful long ago. Denise, do you recall? I mean, it's been, I want to say it's been several years ago now. Maybe we just had the discussion. Didn't we do a space needs study for, I don't remember if it was county-wide, but for some reason
I think that Commissioner Carnahan explored some options, but I don't recall like actually having a consultant do it. I do remember he met with, I mean, I remember meeting with the judges and Commissioner Carnahan, but that's all I remember. And, you know, Commissioner D'Amato, you know, talked about a plan that I think he put together, I think Commissioner D'Amato put together a plan too. So, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know that it's been discussed. Here's my concern with stopping the Coke building project, and you know, I'll just speak my piece about it, because obviously if you got 3 votes, then it's a done deal. But the judges have been telling us for several years now they're out of space. Definitely the last 2 years, we're out of space. We need additional room, and so that's why we did a little bit of remodeling up on the floor where our offices are at. That's why we decided on proceeding forward with the Coke building. If you put the brakes on it now and say, let's wait until we get a full picture, a full long-term picture of what our facilities and space needs are going to be, that's easily another year, I would say year or 2 down the road before we get those answers. And I'm not going to be the chair, but you or our next chair are going to be hearing about it from the judges that you had promised a solution. We started down this road and you've changed courses now. What are you going to do about our space needs right now? Not 2 years from now, not in 2024, 25. What are we going to be doing about our space needs next week?
Well, if that conversation happens tomorrow, what
Yeah.
I would say is we are taking up valuable office space for storage.
Mm-hmm.
And is that the best use of those spaces? And the basement is all storage, and there are people that have offices in the basement of buildings. If that's the case, why wouldn't we put the storage in the Coke building, which is basically just securing it for storage, and utilize office space that we already have? See, that's what I'm saying. It just seems to me that we're not being logical, and we're not being productive. Yes, ma'am.
If my memory serves me correctly, didn't we retain a whole back end of Metacrest building for storage?
I think maybe fire might be there now. Fire's there now. Or an arm of, a portion of fire. and remember the clerk moved back to Meadowcrest.
So we do
Somewhat.
not- So there's no storage left at Meadowcrest in the back, like where the big doors?
What do you think about having the judges stay in the courthouse and moving some of that storage?
What is the status with the basement in the courthouse? What's going on? Where are we at with that? What's going on?
We have mics over here too. You don't bite, I promise.
So several months ago, almost a year ago at this point, there was water intrusion. When the water table rose very, very high, we had water intrusion into the basement of the courthouse. That's why the small area on the second floor, where you see the sheetrock at the end of the hallway, we had to move the court system's evidence vault into that space because it couldn't any longer be in the basement. So we're in the process right now of clearing out the basement completely, putting in waterproofing measures to keep that water intrusion from coming back in, and it's going to wind up just being storage. There are no offices in the basement any longer.
Could there be?
I would recommend not.
Yes, ma'am.
Can all the storage end up going to the basement?
Yes, it can.
So it would free up offices above ground?
Mhm.
Any idea of square footage on Coke versus square footage of what we're talking about here?
The Cook Building is about 7,500 square feet.
Yeah, that's bigger than I thought.
Okay, thoughts?
Do you have any other ideas? You know all the property in the county that we own?
I know that the historical courthouse basement is very uneven space, no headroom whatsoever, and it's not truly conditioned space.
I was thinking for storage.
We have to be very careful about what we store in the basement of the courthouse, of the historical courthouse.
Because that's at ground level. The basement at the courthouse is below.
It has to
Yeah.
be climate controlled though.
Yeah. The basement in the historical courthouse is about half and half as far as ground level.
Okay. Yes, sir?
I again would urge caution about changing directions. There was an awful lot of discussion. I know it's not the ideal situation. The ideal situation is to expand the courthouse for what we need in the future. My suggestion would be that we stay the course with remodeling the Coke Building, for the judges to add some additional space. If we want to do something with our offices to give that space, I'm fine with it. I don't need an office space.
You always
there.
say that, but
Yeah. I mean,
I need an office.
I would be fine either way. But I think we're best for all involved at this point to stay the course with that project. I know nobody loves it. The judges don't love it, but it is a Band-Aid until we figure out where we're gonna come up with $70+ million, or whatever that figure is going to be to expand the courthouse. But Randy had a pretty good handle on numbers. And I know when Commissioner Carnahan was meeting with the judges, that initially that number started around $60 million. And I had asked Randy on a number of occasions, and he said, that might get you started. He said, that would be your bottom number. And seeing what has happened to the cost of a boat ramp, that's a parking lot and ramps going down to the water, and the estimated cost for an animal shelter, I think $60-70 million is a very real number.
Right. I feel like, it'd be nice to really look at the courthouse and see where there is wasted space and storage, and keep the judges in the building, put this $3.6 million Band-Aid to the courthouse that we have, and utilize the space. Now, if there isn't any, I mean, you know, I have to listen to staff that says they wouldn't suggest offices in the basement. I wouldn't put a judge in the basement, but I would go in the basement, you know, for my office. I'm just saying, you know, there are people that could work in a basement, you know. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I just wanted to have the discussion because I see the walls being put up for storage, and I see this and I see that, and think we're just not maybe utilizing that building properly. Yes, ma'am.
To me, it would make more sense that the Board of County Commissioners would go in the Coke building and the appropriate staff than to take judges out of the courthouse and put them over there when we could go in that if that was the case. I mean, and free that space up. I mean, it seems disjointed to me that you would.
And they're already encroaching in on the commissioner's space anyway.
Right.
I don't know what happened with that because that was originally what was put forward, and then we would still have the meeting with security at the courthouse, which is what we want. But I don't know why. I don't remember why that was switched because I thought that was a logical.
Yeah, I don't remember why we ventured away from the county commissioners, moving our offices over there. Other than, we've got to have security for the judges there as well. If you want to move the county commissioners over there without having security, that would save you an awful lot of money.
Well, and you could have the badge system, you know.
But if you're going to have meetings there.
No, the meetings would stay in the courthouse.
Individual meetings.
Oh, yeah, but you would have a, you know.
If you're meeting with John Doe and the public, you're going to meet them there with a badge and bring them in.
Well, no, I'm going to have a little
all right.
lawn.
What I'm saying is they're not, right now, if they come to meet with any of you or any of us.
Yes, they go through, yes.
They go through security. They go through the scanner that's there for the courthouse. If you move over to the Coke building, you no longer have that. If you add that to the Coke building, which there's going to have to be some degree of security like that. If you move the judges over there, that increases the price tag now of moving the county commission offices over there.
But the judges have some kind of security in the Coke building.
Yeah, they have to.
So it was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't we, I'm trying to rewind my memory bank, didn't they talk about having a closed walkway from the main building over to the Coke building? So everybody has to go through the current magnetometers? And I think what we had talked about was even moving our chambers over there. And there wasn't enough room for all the commission office space as well as chambers. We'd have to have essentially a shared office in the chamber.
Why don't we do this for the sake of today's discussion? Why don't we direct the chair to sit down with the judges, facilities, and look at what it is that's planned right now, and hash out some possible options, and then bring it back to the board, and then we can get back into the weeds here with it.
Yes, sir.
So there is in the design process for the Coke building to become a courtroom, a connector between the courthouse and the Coke building that would allow everyone who enters anything to do with a courtroom to go through the main security check and then make their way across.
So I think, I mean, we're not going to be able to iron out. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be sitting in front of me. We're not going to be able to iron out all of those details in today's discussion, but if we want to take a look at what would make, if there's a way to make this work more efficiently for the judges and less expensive for the county commission, I'm all ears.
Yes, ma'am.
For space, just my 2 cents. I know some like to use the office space. I'm with you. I can work anywhere.
Mhm.
Doesn't need to be that space. It's not actually a very quiet space if anybody else is in that building. So for me, what I would want as a commissioner, I feel like I meet most people off property.
Mhm.
I do believe that at times there could be a safety aspect where I would want to be in that courthouse, but I would be okay with a small conference room that's shared. You just book the time. I don't know that any of us are meeting with people constantly in that space. And as far as any other space, I'm sure Doug would need an office somewhere, but I mean, I don't really.
And I just wanna, I was gonna say it to Commissioner Kennard, but now I'll say it to both of you. That's great, but your replacement, the next commissioner in your district, might very well want an office. And so we can't think about what your wants and needs are. We have to think about future commissioners.
I don't know if you were thinking even temporarily. I'm thinking if it was, well, I guess we change every 2 years between the boards, so that would get sticky. But even if we moved, I guess, and you're thinking security.
Well, that was already covered. I just wanted to have the discussion because I don't even know if the judges really like that Band-Aid, but I just thought they're really in the courthouse, and like you said, you know, I'm, 2 days a week there meeting people, and then the BOCC meetings and whatever your schedule is, whatever Commissioner Davis' schedule is, it would make more sense to either for us to relocate, and there's already security set. And then I thought, why do this to this building? Let's.
Well, you cut me off if you don't mind. What I was trying to say about security is even if we moved and we just had the badge, to your point, if you had to meet with somebody, why couldn't you just do that shared conference room at the courthouse, and then we wouldn't have the extra expense of deputies there and people coming in, and if we had that, like, I really want someone to be scanned in and I want deputies present, we could have a little shared.
And that is a very good idea. Okay. So anybody else have anything to say about this? Yes, sir?
One thing I'd like to add is the reason they were looking at moving the court system and the courtroom to the Koch building was for a couple of reasons. One, to save some money because we would have to remodel the space that you're currently in and to make it into a courtroom, and also remodel the Koch building for you to move into that Koch building. So that's really 2 remodels, and it would take more time. We would have to do one before the other, and we were looking at a Band-Aid for the judges. It would be a quicker response to get them in a courtroom.
I'm not going to say that there's a courtroom at the old building, but
What?
yes.
I mean, I can speak to the courtroom at the old building. I think Judge Thomas and I were the last, she was the judge that presided over the last case that was heard at the historic courthouse, and I was one of the parties, and I'm sure that the judge would agree with me that it was. First and last. The conditions were very difficult.
Did you prevail?
A little bit. Little bit. But I will say my last 2 interactions with currently sitting judges, in both of those interactions, and those interactions were probably within the last 3 weeks, I was asked, how's our courtrooms coming along? I'm sure that he hears that too, but I mean, completely unrelated, just happened to have other business with them, and it was, by the way, when's our courthouse going to be done? So they are very anxious. I'm just saying.
I apologize. I have another board meeting.
Well, I guess I would go back to that. I really don't want to see us change directions midstream here, but I'm open to listening. And I think it would be a good idea to have you sit down as the chair, sit down with the judges or who's going to speak on their behalf, with Mr. Howard and facilities, and hash all that stuff out in a meeting amongst y'all, and then bring it back to the board and say, here's where everybody landed at. Yes, this is the right course, or no, an idea came out of this that we can go this
Yeah.
direction.
I'd be happy to do that.
Sound good?
So thank you. Okay. Thank you, sir. So, does anybody have anything else to say about ARPA funds? Commissioner Davis? Commissioner Finnegan? Okay. So,
May I?
oh, yes.
Sorry,
yes.
sorry. The footnote at the bottom was very,
Oh.
I was very interested in that footnote at the bottom about live stream being removed from this at the 9/27 meeting. And so I didn't know whether y'all wanted to talk about that, because in my discussions, as you guys have directed me, I'm in discussions with the Hernando County lawyer and the lawyer for live stream, and we're trying to hash things out. Hernando County's, you're chomping at the bit. Should I stop?
No,
Okay.
but I am chomping at the bit.
You're at the ready. You're at the ready.
Just giving you rope. No, I'm kidding. Okay.
Oh, my word.
He
Out
does
of-
love, he
out
does
of
love
order.
attorneys.
Never mind.
No,
Out of
no,
order.
no.
No.
So Hernando, in the discussions I'm having, Hernando County has said unequivocally that their $2 million that they have pledged is ARPA money. They've said that that has to be pledged or tied down by 2024. It has to be spent by 2026. The contract documents that we're trying to hash out, they are ensuring that in the contract documents, the contract has all of the compliance issues related to ARPA funds. The entire time I have been going into the discussions, I have been under the impression, based upon my discussions with our former administrator, that the $2 million that we have pledged is not ARPA money, that it was part of that sum of money that y'all, you
Go
want me
on.
to wrap up?
No, that I'm following you.
Oh, okay.
Just doing sign language.
I'm trying to talk fast. That the $2 million that we had was part of the $10 million that we initially had taken out of ARPA and put into the general fund. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, that we're not using ARPA money, that I am still negotiating from a standpoint of the $2 million being unencumbered by ARPA, and that it's coming from the general fund somewhere.
Yes, sir.
That's 100% accurate.
Thank God.
I
I wouldn't want to think I've been negotiating wrong.
And thank goodness Commissioner Bays is gone.
I would have to go back and look at the rewatch that meeting. But I remember Randy saying that the money was there. It was I want to say the ARPA funds were moved into the general fund, and that checked boxes that needed to be checked, but that those funds were still there. I believe that some of that $2 million, I don't recall exactly how much, but some of that $2 million was going to come from the Duke Special Projects Fund, that we were going to be using some of that money for the next, so much this coming year and so much the next year was going to help cover that $2 million. I believe, just kind of shooting from the hip here.
Is that still where it is, Erin, the money lady?
I am going to go back and look. I'm going to rewatch the meeting as well.
Yeah.
I remember him saying that we were going to use different funding, and yes, there is still money in Duke in the Special Projects Fund.
Yeah.
Approximately, I believe, about $1 million. So I will go back and rewatch it as well and see if he mentions where the rest of it is. But obviously, you all do have money to make up that difference.
Right. It, his position, I don't want to dump it on you, but his position was, we've got the money, you guys just have to make it okay with legal, and you guys need to pass it. And again, I feel like we've been talking about it forever, and I know you're worn out on it too, but I feel like we have been talking about this forever. I really want to see us make ground on it.
I just wanted to make sure we addressed that, because when I saw that footnote this morning, I about had a heart attack. I about had a heart attack. So, thank you, Erin. I will stop.
And thank you
talking.
for bringing that up, because now we have to, you open a can of worms, because there's $3.6 million in ARPA funds for judicial services coat building. And then there's an additional 4 million for judicial services, additional courtroom. So it's not just 3.6, it's 7.6.
Are you talking about the design and prep work? Wait.
I got 2 pages of ARPA money.
I only have one.
I think we
to the
broke it
highlight.
out between design and construction. Because
This is the updated version of this.
because we wanted you all to see that design had already started, and we had already,
Taken from the 4?
yes, we had already
Okay.
spent those funds.
Because
So
then
we
I
couldn't get it
really was
back.
gonna fight for that space. I'm like, 7 million, I could do a lot with that. Okay, so we're at 3.6.
Right, yes.
So, okay. Okay, so you have the live stream in order. Staff is gonna rewatch that. Aaron, you're gonna rewatch that so we know that if somebody brings that forward,
Yes,
that we
can
have
tell
the
you
money.
where it's gonna come from.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask real quickly, at the end of the meeting, will there be an opportunity for staff to ask for some clarification?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sure.
yeah.
Thank you guys.
I don't know that we'll give it to you, but
You can ask all you
you
want.
can ask.
We
You saw
specialize in
that.
obfuscation.
They do give rope. They do give
Yeah,
rope.
Okay,
That's what I
so,
said at the end of the table.
Yeah,
Let's
how do
see
I
where
get
we're
here?
at.
Can I move over there? How do you get over there? Can I switch with him?
Bring a pocket knife next time.
Well, there's no
Okay.
security.
Where are we at?
We are ready to prioritize commissioner initiatives, but I think before we do that, if everyone has a chance to go around once more, make sure that everything is covered in the list that we were discussing prior, the 11 months, but also a further view out. Just make sure that all your discussion items are on the table before we do our final prioritization.
I'm showing 8 items on the 11-month. How many do you have?
I will go back over them quickly for you. We have the 491 expansion, groundbreaking, animal shelter construction, Baker Act facility construction, begin concurrency discussion, beautify citrus campaign, update communications plan, fund class and pay study for BOCC staff compensation, barge canal boat ramp expansion and construction, implement strategic planning process, Crystal River Airport Plan, expansion and acquisitions, Inverness Airport Business Park, Beverly Hills Pool and Park Master Plan for construction and development, pursue alternative funding sources, MSBU, MSTU, TDT, LOST, etc., master plans for infrastructure, facilities, and transportation.
We had a much more dialed down list than that when we each gave our 11-month ones.
We do have a more dialed in, but after discussion, this is what
Okay.
came out of it. So some of these will be 11 months and then further. Some of these will be completely checked off the list in 11 months. Some of those that I didn't mention were like implementing the grant software, those kinds of things will be on the list, but we don't need to prioritize those as they're already in progress.
Yeah, I think some of the things that you listed off there aren't necessarily things that, I mean, we are going to take action on them this year, but I would be surprised if we break ground on the animal shelter this year. I do want to see us have a design. I want to see us have direction, maybe signed contracts. That type. I want to see some definite action there.
So the action that I have written for animal shelter construction, I'm sorry to interrupt
Wait,
you.
let me interrupt you. I'm sorry, excuse me. I agree with you, and what I have is all, for the 11-month is plans and funding sources.
Yeah.
Yes, just, I have determined service requirements. Commissioner Bays had brought up the requirements could inform the plan and then the cost of that.
Yeah.
So,
You know, the 491. I want to see us turning dirt.
That I have breaking
Next
ground.
11 months. I want to see that project taking weeks. I want to see us approve the $2 million.
Is there any real reason to prioritize these? Because this is a pretty tight list.
I would agree that
And if, as long as no commissioner has a real problem with anything on that list as a priority, can that just be our list?
that would be a board decision.
Because it's gonna be really hard for me to choose between some of those, you know?
Very understandable, and they are all in different pieces of progress. So there are a lot of things to consider with giving these final priority. If you would like to just see these as the items of action, we can certainly get you guys those action items back.
Yeah, I think so. I think so because, like Commissioner Kennard said, the Baker Act facility might just be real quick, like a pool. So it doesn't necessarily, oh, in January we're gonna do this, and February,
Absolutely.
yeah. But you kinda went a little fast, so I have breaking ground with 491, the 1.7, that's the animal shelter funding sources and a $9 million plan. The Inverness Airport Industrial Park and hangar, utilizing the money that we already have. The pay study for the employees is already moving. I don't know that you said that. Did you say that? Okay.
Yes.
The Baker Act facility, moving ahead with that. The expansion at CGC, the $6 million grant, let's move on this.
Yep.
The,
Want me to go over the items that you
no,
didn't mention?
no, hold on. And, the monument signs for the beautification of Citrus.
Yep.
Easy. The funding sources for the barge, canal boat ramp. And then I think that there was the MSBU, something that was missed. And what else did I miss?
Communications.
Where's that on your list here? Oh, right here.
It says update communications plan. Do we have a
And
communications
signage runs into that, actually.
Did we talk about that? I mean, I agree with you, but.
Yeah. I brought it up several times, but signage actually goes into branding the county, so.
That's not probably the best wording.
Yes, ma'am.
Strategic plan and concurrency are the other two things, and beautification.
I can't hear.
She's saying on her number one that the communications and strategic plan. Did we talk about that?
We're about to.
We're in strategic planning right now. That is in progress. So that'll be an easy win for you guys to, when we give you the action items from this meeting today, you'll have.
Would this be a good opportunity for me to say what
Absolutely.
you wanted me to say?
Please do. Commissioner
Okay.
Davis has worked very hard on the strategic planning process over
God,
the
have
last
I
few
ever.
years, and I would love to hear her perspective on
okay.
this.
Okay, I'm gonna get to that.
It's a
view.
framework for what you're talking
No,
about.
I know, but just please bear with
Okay.
me. So what did I miss on our 11-month?
Concurrency discussion. Legal is gonna bring back some costs, I think, associated with that.
A plan and funding?
I already asked for that.
She's already asked for it. We'll check
Okay.
it out. Let's see, we've got communications plan, pay study. Beverly Hills Park Master Plan, did you mention that?
I did not. But that's something, I don't think I have to bring that before because I want to talk to some universities or reach out and do some research.
Well, the first step on that is gonna be fill the Beverly Hills
And
pool.
that we do have that's checked.
You guys
Okay.
made some progress yesterday. Pursuing the alternate funding sources is what you had mentioned, and we do have that listed out. I think that's everything.
Okay, so that list, are we good with that list? Okay, I would be curious later, not today, where this list falls in our strategic plan category.
Steve will be covering some of that at the end.
Okay.
And I believe that Commissioner Davis will have something to speak on that as well.
And what I want to do now is find out of that group, is there any of them that we have to do workshops with? and then I'll go to you to do your final say with the strategic plan and all that.
Okay.
Each person. But is there anything on there that any of you think that we need to do workshop? Denise?
Well, I just have
I'm gonna put them all up there.
I just have one question. Under you begin concurrency discussion, legal will bring back costs.
Can you see your bring it?
I'm bringing back costs on the pursuing sources.
Oh, yeah. And a department level breakdown of budget, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, Erin.
I have OMB.
So I'm not sure what the
I
concurrency action item is.
You had a process there. Was it just begin that process with the DEO and?
Begin the process in growth management.
Okay.
Are you looking for opinions on workshops?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see anything on the 11-month list that needs a workshop in my mind. I do think that we might consider having 2 of these retreats a year while we're in such a motion right now. And then we can always add workshops when a big subject comes up that we need that, but that's my 2 cents worth.
In agreement with that? Yes, sir.
Go ahead. No, please.
I would be fine, and we've talked about it in years past of having a second strategic planning meeting. I would be fine with us doing that as long as the objective there is let's review what we've accomplished. Not bringing forward new initiatives or things like that. Let's stick with what we said at this meeting. How have we done? Where have we stubbed our toe? Unforeseen roadblocks and reevaluating. You know, we're going to continue down this road. You asked about what things we should workshop. I think that the some of the things we've talked about today may warrant a workshop, but we don't know yet.
Okay.
The TDC participation in the Barge Canal boat ramp or facility up there, I think that potentially could be a workshop. The 491 certainly does not warrant a workshop. That we just need to get on the ball and get it going. The animal shelter construction, you know, that's going to be an expanded discussion based on what they come back with. You know, so I don't know. Bake Rat facility, that should not be a workshop. That we just need to put a shoulder across it and get it going, or shoulder behind it and get it going.
Expansion of.
Yeah, I don't know that I see any
The only,
workshop things there.
if I can interrupt you, I'm sorry, excuse me, is the only other one would be the, discussion and recommendations for the, plan and funding of the MSTU, MSBU's, but we're not there.
Yeah, that's big stuff with lots of potential, rabbit holes that I think we need to have a little bit more open discussion about once we get there.
The monument signs for the beautification of Citrus, that could be just an agenda item?
I think staff could bring us a few examples, and then we could, you know, like it could look like this, or this, and get
And
narrowed
where they
down.
go? Yeah,
And it should roll into part of the branding. Sorry,
you done?
that's all I have.
Oh, okay.
I was just adding to what she said.
If it's gonna be an agenda item, which I agree, I think that's the way that needs to come forward, we need to identify a funding source for it, you know, an estimated cost of where those funds gonna come from. We can all sit here and say, yeah, it's a great idea, we're gonna require, it's gonna take 9 of them around the county at an estimated cost of $25,000 apiece. Where's the money coming from? And I know, but those things go from a great idea quickly to 20 grand each.
You think they do that much?
I
I think
agree.
we'll be surprised.
I agree with both of you, but let me add a little point of clarity from a position of branding. There have been so many times where I've had to come in and fix a brand where they've done things piecemeal. The smart money is to have a master plan for the whole branding package, which is also another way of saying communicating, right? Communicating with our citizens, and then have line items for what various aspects will cost to actually implement. And I love the idea. I'm totally on board with that. Commissioner Kennard is right. Obviously, we need to identify a funding source, and where does that fall in our priority list of what we fund?
Does
And
that look like park money?
Creatively.
creatively, maybe.
Be
Pocket
creative.
Park, I believe we heard that a
We-
lot last
Yeah.
night.
We have an outside consultant, right, an outside attorney that we consult with on proper use of impact fee money.
It's not an attorney, but a consultant, yes, sir.
Consultant. So we check with them and say, this is what we wanna do. And they say, well, you might wanna create 9 new
Pocket
100
Parks.
square foot parks around the county.
Pocket Park.
Yes, ma'am.
I think the important thing with that is getting the opinion letter from the impact fee consultant and with the analysis that they would put together to support your legislative decision to do something like that. So, Veronica and I were looking at some things that might, on the workshop, the Crystal River Airport expansion and planning might be an idea for a workshop, the Beverly Hills Park Master Plan, and then the pursuing alternative funding sources. Those might be workshop issues.
Specifically, the airport acquisitions piece could warrant further discussion.
I think the MSTU and BU we're talking about, I don't think we're there yet until we find out.
Get the report, how much?
And the master park plan, I need to do more work. Actually, it'll be Mr. Head now. We need to do more work. So I got to get some research and, I mean, that's kind of impact fees. That's kind of easy. Beverly Hills has quite a bit. And it is the Crystal River Airport. Do you think that would be ready for a workshop?
I'd leave that up to staff. We need, one of the biggest points in there is that we need to check on Armory and whether there's not, it's been suggested to me that they don't have full functionality there, like they've lost opportunities to do things, and maybe they would be better served with property near the Suncoast, et cetera, et cetera. I just know that the FBO is maxed out where it is, and if you want to have full maintenance, full training, full FBO facilities, full, everything that airport needs, it needs an entirely another building, and we already own one on the other end of the airport, and it's leased to the Armory. But they have a very long-term lease. I think it's up in 2050. So I'm not trying to shove them out the door. I'm just trying to have a conversation about planning for the future there, that's all. Because the next thing you know, they've applied for an extension on the lease, and it just goes without us already talking about this.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
My thought on the, and I'm fine with looking much bigger picture, but I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of, we've been driving to get to 5,000 feet. I want to make sure that we make progress on that. We've got the funding, some degree of funding. I think it's to the tune of $6 million. And I don't even know if we've gotten the grant agreements yet. The last conversation that I had with Randy about it was he expected that those grant agreements would be coming in the next week or two, as we had already, I think we had just received some funding agreements for other grant money, and I said, what about the Crystal River Runway? So we should be getting that in the next week or two, and I never heard anything more about it. So I don't even know if we've gotten those agreements yet.
Commissioner Davis.
I just want to say thank you for continuing to bring that up. In my mind, that's a checked box,
Yeah.
because it's done, and I worked really hard to get that last 6 inches over the goal line.
Yeah.
But you've been at this a lot longer than I have, and so you've learned to just be that squeaky wheel. So thank you for continuing to bring that up. I've already moved on to what's next.
Yeah.
You know, at least Dad was alive to see that we got the funding. And
Yeah,
I was hoping he was going to be alive for the ribbon cutting, but.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you have what you need, Veronica?
I believe so. do you guys as a board believe that this represents your priorities for the next 12 months? Keeping in mind that these are the broad final goals and that we have broken down action steps to complete them.
Can you stand over here? Your head is
Oh,
right.
yes, I'm sorry.
Am I in the way?
We have something for everything, right? All 4 categories are represented.
Correct.
I'll leave.
I didn't say anything.
I know I'm always in the way. I get that, sir.
He's giving you rope.
No, I think that's a true sentiment from him.
No.
So based on your discussion, the 4 at the top seem to be the highest priority and also have achievable goals in the next few months, action steps that we can deliver on quickly. This is obviously going to be a larger term discussion that covers a lot of the topics that you've talked about today, but this is the item that covers how do you pay for it. And then the rest are just the other items that are prioritized by you guys in no specific order, but again, the major discussion points I tried to put at the top.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
The Beautify Citrus campaign, I think, pardon the pun, but it paints a nice picture, but there's no direction to it. So that might be something that we consider doing a workshop on, and trying to come out of that workshop with a real action plan. Everybody wants to beautify Citrus. How are we going to do it? And I don't know that we're going in. I don't know that we've got any particular action steps
He's
at
right.
this point.
So what
Pains
I've
me to
listed-
say. He's right, but because that's under Commissioner Finnegan's, and you know, monument signs,
That
the
was a
price, the price. We had several wins actually, and that needs to be up there. That could be the workshop. Also, you know, in that workshop, if staff is taking notes, I would like to see, you know, because I am competitive, like, let's do a district competition and, you know, you know, have a sense of pride in each district. I've got a very tough district. Commissioner Finnegan has a tough district, and maybe that could just help us with our area. I am the only district also that has no tourism, has no water. So I'm really got, you know, and the worst roads and the most people. So I need something to try to, you know, get some competition, and I think you're the next one, and Hernando, you know, so we have some tough spots. You're gonna
Would
probably
you say
breeze
mine's the
through.
best?
You're gonna breeze through because you got the Crystal River area. They get everything. But what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna make a quip, but you're getting a Texas Roadhouse.
And a Target.
And a Target and
Yeah.
everything.
Chairman.
Yeah. So I agree. I think that would be a great workshop, and I think that would be inspirational workshop.
Yeah.
And I can work with staff on some of the money things, and we can talk about that for the signs. And
Yeah.
I have some other ideas.
Good.
You know, hopefully that would be cheap, like flowers. And, you know, I try to think, how can we do better, look better, and not spend all this extra money? I think, you know, I told Steve before when I was running, you know, it's all new when you start a campaign, and everyone was talking about taxes and different things. And so I would talk to, regular people, some of my employees, just, you know, everyday people that are kind of strapped and some paycheck to paycheck. And I'm like, well, what if your taxes were raised like $20? No, I am not paying the county government any more money at all. So what if you could actually see the difference? What if you saw the streets looked better? There's some flowers, a nice sign, you pulled in, you had pride where you lived. You know, your EMS service was great when your neighbor called, and would you pay $20 a year for that? Oh yeah, every single person, if they could see their money with their own eyes, they were willing to pitch in, and I think that speaks to the community of Citrus County.
And I think that you have a very receptive board to that. It hasn't always been that way. I'm just going to brag a little bit on Sarasota, because growing up, John Ringling donated statues, excess statues that he had gotten, you know, that him and Mabel got in Italy. And so growing up, in our mediums, we had these beautiful Italian statues with flowers and things. So I had a sense of manicure, but nobody was going to mess up that area with this beautiful statue. Now, we don't have that luxury. We don't have a John Ringling, but little things like flowers, what a difference. And it makes people feel better, but we haven't had that. Oh, then you have the maintenance, and then you have this and that. But we have citizens that go out every day and pick up litter. They would go out and do, pull weeds and things like that. Now, of course, we don't want them in the middle of the mediums, but there are options. And if you brought something like that forward, you were going to have my support. Yes, ma'am.
Master gardeners.
Yeah.
For starters, for volunteers. Secondly, and I brought this up before, and I think it was not also well received on a prior board, is wildflower seeds. Just the phlox in the spring is absolutely beautiful on our medians, and it fits the nature coast. And so there's a lot of things we could do just in wildflower grasses that bloom at different times of the year on medians and whatnot.
We used to have much more of that, if you remember. It seems
Yes,
like
inexpensive and self-seeding.
I want to say for the naysayers, because someone's going to watch this and then say something.
Is it videoed?
It will, yeah.
It's live streaming.
So for those people that might say, oh, any bit of money, that's spending our taxpayer, it's going to bring us better and more money because, and I'm very familiar with the Sarasota area too, when you do have those cleaned up nice places, people do tend to be on their better behavior, less litter, businesses want to come in and be in an area. And for the people that don't believe or understand that, think about when you go out of town and there's just a little area that's cutesy with flowers, and you want to walk down that area. You want to go eat a slice of pizza there if you can, just to be in that environment. And I think that's what we are trying to create here, an environment that helps our new economic development director entertain some good business and some good people here. And how does that help the rest of the taxpayers? Because they're offloading some of the costs of Citrus County, and that's going to help everybody. So since we're taped, Madam Chair, thank you for allowing that, just to put it out there to people that are raising an eyebrow at this conversation.
Sounds
Yes,
like
sir.
a great workshop.
Yep, I think so too.
Wonderful.
I'm already excited about it.
And just to clarify, between now and a workshop date, I have review enforcement for litter and also incentives for beautification. So things that can be brought to you guys as options.
And tickets will bring revenue, which would buy more flowers. Okay, so any other that you see up there that would be a workshop? Nothing? Okay, so at this time then, what I'm gonna do is, if it's okay with y'all, I think that I'd like to just have you guys, each one of you commissioners, look at your list, go over it, speak about anything you want to speak about, and just kind of make sure that nothing got slipped through the cracks that is important to you. And then after that, make sure that the direction to the staff is very clear, and we hit the ground running. Do you want to start?
I want to do the
and you have
strategic
to do
plan
the
part.
strategic
It's
plan.
the framework.
Okay.
So just to be clear, as Veronica said, what we're doing right now is strategic planning. It's not a mystical beast. It's what we're doing right now. And so if you look at it if you've spent a lifetime not working out and then all of a sudden you go to the gym, you don't get a whole lot of stuff done right away. You have to start small or you hurt yourself. Stay with me, attorney. You're giving me the look.
No.
I'm teasing you. It's been a long day already. So what we're looking at here is a 5-year plan. However, we need some fast wins. As Steve said, Mr. Howard said, it's the make it happen year. Okay, so what are we going to do? Just like small exercises that don't hurt you, and then all of a sudden you're starting to look better, and it will inspire you to achieve more and more and more. So everything we look at for this 5-year plan is looking for 5 years, and then I was going to call it a scratch pad. You had something else, like a what's next or on deck or whatever.
On the horizon.
On the horizon. So it doesn't mean that we can't look past 5 years. We should look past 5 years, but those are not very fleshed out. Those are just a sort of a back of the plan sort of thing, which goes back to Commissioner Kennard's point of if we do go to a second retreat each year, then okay, so I'm thinking to myself, how are we getting new ideas on there if we don't do new ideas? Well, that's within the framework of the strategic plan. Those should always, it's a living, fluid document. And so that's why a lot of the focus today has been on what's the 11-month make it happen plan, but there's an awful lot of stuff that is going to be seen to fruition over a 5-year time frame. And then lastly, you wanted me to bring up that we look at everything within four pillars, and some of them are in multiple pillars, you know, governance, economy, environment, and quality of life. You know, like animal shelter construction, like quality of life, that could be governance, it could be a lot of different things, but if you look at the final plan, it'll start to make sense that those things kind of go together. Did I hit everything, Veronica, that you wanted me to?
That was excellent. Mr. Howard has 4 pillars also he opened with you guys, and he will revisit at the end of our discussion. His pillars have slightly different names, but they are the same 4 categories. And
I saw those, I like them.
What I find to be important here, and you mentioned that, Commissioner Davis, is that we have at least one of each of those 4 categories represented here. I'm glad to hear that you want to pursue a workshop on the Beautify Citrus campaign, because that umbrella has a lot of initiatives underneath it, but it is something that is very important to the citizens. Environment is the #1 concern for citizens of Citrus County. It defines our community character, and it's something that's very important. So we do have a good representation, I believe, of all of those things, and I would just assure you guys that there will be other staff initiatives, as you saw in your packets. There are many other things that are in progress that will be tracked for you. But what we would like to do as we leave this workshop today is to make sure that everything that you find to be a priority as a board, as a body, is being focused on and tracked in this planning mechanism, so that we can see what the next step is and what the final goal is and everything in between.
And while we're doing that, can you put those in the category that they are under the strategic plan?
So I wrote it on there, but I can reorganize them.
Yes, could you organize it with each so we see all 4 of the pillars?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis, do you want to lead us in our commission wrap-up, look at your list, talk more about what you see that might have gotten missed, and whatever you want to talk about?
Everything on my list, I believe, made it on there. Concurrency, strategic plan, long-term plan for priorities and funding mechanisms for infrastructure. That's not an 11-month plan, but that's part of that bigger thing that we really need to tackle. I'd really like to get us, when I leave office, whenever that is, I would really like to see us on a path for proactive planning versus reactive.
Oh, absolutely.
The courthouse should never have snuck up on us. We need to know everything that we're funding. We need to be hearing from them master plans of their own way far out, so we can be saving up the 60 million, the 70 million, whatever, and not have to renovate a Coke building. No more Band-Aids.
Can we have a category of rotten eggs we were dealt?
Here's a pad, you can start.
I think that would be rotten. So you're saying that the long-term, number 3, that's going to be, you know, the 1 to 3 year plan, or the 5 to.
That's under governance, really.
Yeah.
That's something that we, and Mr. Howard, would you agree that that's something that we just need to be proactive, please?
Okay.
You have to spend less if you're proactive, and you also end up attracting the right kinds of businesses here and stuff, because it's, quite frankly, it's us having our act together as a county.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I would say the items that I see as a priority for the next 11 months, the ones that I have on my list have made it to the board's priorities. The the elephant in the room that we have not even touched on yet is that we have DOT announced that they have an accelerated schedule for the Suncoast Parkway coming through our county and terminating up on Highway 19. We've got interchanges coming at 486. We've got interchange coming at 495, and an interchange coming at Highway 19. And I don't know that we've got plans for any of those yet. That there needs to be some direction there, that may very well warrant a workshop of you know, how are we going to proceed with planning for this. How are we going to end up with the most aesthetically pleasing intersections, but also economically beneficial intersections there. DOT is giving us a gift in this accelerated time schedule. We need to make sure that it turns out the way that we want it to turn out, and not just open free market and you know, truck stops at each one.
I just have a couple of words to say on that. I'm worried about the 495 one.
You're worried about it?
Having that interchange there? So yes, I'm agreeing
Yeah.
with you. Yes, we need to look into it. 'Cause I'm particularly worried about that one.
I would say we need to have a conversation. It's a good workshop, and I understand where you're at, but we need to talk with the folks at Crystal River, and people around that area, and how they feel about it. But it is, if it's something that DOT is going to build, they're going to fund it, they're going to build it. You know, unless there's major opposition that rises up to it, I don't know why, quite frankly, why we would oppose it. I don't want to, you know, if the Crystal River folks don't want it, don't like it there, you know, then that's a conversation that needs to be had. But I've not heard of any opposition to it, or major opposition to it, I would say.
I'm not saying that I'm opposed to it. I'm saying I'm worried about it.
Yeah.
And I believe it was Mike's, you wrote about it in your blog, right, Mike? About that. So that was already on my mind, and then he verbalized it very well in his blog about the beauty of the Citrus Avenue area, and that needs to be protected. And so if that is going to end up being a major thoroughfare to get to the Suncoast, then that needs to be considered ahead of time. Not, again, proactive, not reactive. We need to be looking way out and then dialing back to, or coming back to figure out exactly master plan for infrastructures. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not against it. I'm saying I'm worried about it. We need to make sure we get that one right.
Yeah, well, I agree. That one needs to be done right, as all of them.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was put on us this year. I shouldn't say put on us. That was gifted to us this year, and I think we would be remiss in going through a strategic planning meeting today and not discussing where are we at with planning our interchanges. They're coming whether we plan for them or not.
Commissioner Kennard, I would like to see us talk to the MPO about getting help from them, because this major highway that's coming through, there are avenues that they could help us with planning and our traffic studies. I think there's things that they don't always tell us that they could do to help us, because this is coming right through our county, and instead of us bearing all the brunt, the toll road people could say, okay, well, you know, 495 is taking this. Maybe there's some gifts we could get from that area and the MPO. So I would encourage a workshop sooner than later, so that we could then present to the MPO our ask.
Well, do we want to, there's a lot of different ways we could proceed. If we want to workshop planning our interchanges or charting a course for how we're going to be planning these things, what that's going to look like, if we want to workshop that first, and then come out of that with a specific ask for the MPO, it would go onto our agenda first. We would all vote on it for either yourself or myself to take it to the MPO and get it on the agenda there, or we could just put it on the agenda, our agenda coming up, and say, get it on the MPO agenda to discuss a transportation plan or an interchange plan. The Tampa Bay Regional Planning Authority, they got a grant, I believe, from the state to bring forward a plan for the Cardinal interchange. Certainly that would be something that Commissioner Bays could.
And I think it was at FAC that I introduced Rebecca to the executive director of the Tampa Bay Planning Regional Council. And then I walked away, of course, and I was thinking, of course, because I'm such an angel, and I was...
You don't believe she walked away, do you?
I did.
I believe she said it because Denise was sitting there.
No, I did.
I'm not responding.
She knows I'm a rule follower. I went back when she was gone, and I'm like, hey, why haven't we tapped you? Because there's people that are going to be coming from 75 onto 44 to get onto the Parkway. That is, why are we bearing that burden? And they're like, oh, we can help you.
Yeah.
And I was like, so that's something I want to, MPO, the Tampa Bay Planning Regional Council, tapping them for help. Even the toll road authority,
They
Turnpike authority.
It's not going to sound right, but they are looking for a purpose, a mission outside of sea level rise and coastal communities planning for sea level rise and climate change, stuff like that. That they've kind of latched onto and gone in that direction, and understand coastal communities need to be planning for this stuff, but they're looking for other to grow their mission. I don't know yet if they voted on absorbing Tabarda, but that was being discussed when I was down there, that Tabarda had kind of lost their way, and there was some talk of whether or not the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council would just absorb them in there and start doing more of that transportation stuff.
Okay.
But it certainly wouldn't hurt to ask Commissioner Bays to approach that subject with them.
So on that workshop, we need to look at the MPO help, the Tampa Bay Planning Regional Council help, maybe the Turnpike Authority.
Yeah.
Okay, staff.
So
hears
that's a
that.
workshop that should probably happen sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. Okay. Very good. Anything else on your list? Glad you
Not
brought that up.
on my list. When you're ready to wrap, is this wrapping
No,
up now?
no.
Okay. No, I don't have anything else on my list.
I think we did pretty good on my list.
I think we all, yeah.
I do. A couple of things I touched on that wasn't talked about, but I feel like they're not really for this. So I had some tax abatements or just looking into some business building improvements as part of that beautification, but I think that's more when Frank jumps in and gets his feet wet. That's something he would probably know, like, hey, that could be a good idea, or that may not be a great idea for this reason. So I don't know, for strategic planning. And then just lobbying the state or coming up with something different for the law of code enforcement. I mean, that's not really, I don't know if we would do that as a board or not, or if just as a concerned.
May I? FAC is lobbying Tallahassee for that too.
Is it for the code enforcement one? Okay. Yeah.
The
Well,
anonymous code enforcement, I sit on that committee and we put it forward on our list, hard press on Tallahassee to get rid of that bad law. So,
I heard wind of that out there, but I didn't know that was actually getting done, so awesome.
no, I'm saying that FAC put that forward as a very strong recommendation that they rescind that law. It has not, I haven't heard that it's happened yet. I'm
Okay.
just adding my voice to yours that I sit on that committee and FAC is pushing hard for it.
So other people obviously see this need.
Yes.
Everything else looks good. I don't know, I guess I'm allowed to ask this in front of people. Are you gonna make sure that live stream's on the next agenda, or do you need me to throw that on there?
No, I want it on every agenda going forward right now.
Okay,
I wanna
you're
see
gonna
it
have
get
it
moved.
though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we've done that. Want to do the commissioner's wrap-up or have Mr. Howard? What do you want? What's your pleasure? We haven't heard from you in a while.
All right,
I'm
listen,
sick of
this
this.
has been some good stuff. You can give us a lot of work here, which is good, but you have given us the right direction, which, you know, we're committed to executing them with your approval, obviously, and bringing these policies before you. One thing that you're going to get with each of these categories is a template, which is what I call 2023 targets for action. So we will identify those when we bring them back to you, the key issues associated with each of these, and then the activities and milestones, as well as who the responsibility of the party to get this done. And the goal also, obviously, to bring this back at least quarterly, monthly, however you want it. But ultimately, I'd like to have a dashboard, you know, electronically that we communicate to the public as well as we bring these things forward. So those are all things at a staff level when we bring these back. But this has really been amazing work here today, what you've actually done today. So this is really good, and we've got clear direction, you know, kind of going forward. So that's what I've got.
Okay. I would like to get a date 6 months from now of the next retreat, but it will be, like Commissioner Kennard said, to see what we've accomplished, any hiccups, and then maybe at that one, we can talk about the next phase, which is the long term. I have, just listening to them, the 1 to 3, well, it'd be the 2 to 4 year goal would be courthouse, Suncoast Parkway, overlays, exits, how we handle that, and infrastructure, an actual list, right. That's to see how we pay for it.
So that is, we have how you're going to pay for it and then actually developing those plans and the steps that we need to take to get to that. So that is not really going to be a 1 year in terms of the larger goal, but there will be 1 year goals in that we can make steps towards getting those updates. So that will be a process.
I just wrote down what Commissioner Kennard said, that he wanted to see an actual list of, you know, infrastructure, like instead of saying, oh, we need to do infrastructure.
Right.
We wanted to see an
Right.
actual working list, so.
Yes.
What are we facing? What's the price tag?
Yeah. Okay. So if you guys can work on a date.
We can do that.
Are we
And
picking a date now? I've got my calendar.
I don't know. You want to pick a date now?
Are you doing workshop dates now, or do we take
Well,
that
6
as a-
months from now.
What about the workshop dates? Are we waiting
They'll
for
let us
staff?
know.
Okay.
They have to advertise and.
Those are on Tuesday mornings usually.
I would say rather than us trying to pick a day on the fly right now,
I knew you were gonna say
why don't
that.
we have some possible options brought back to us at the next meeting? So we can look at room availability. You know, are we going to continue to do them here? Or we need a deputy in here? Do we want to consider doing them maybe in the BOCC chambers where we've already got security and we can get away from necessarily having to have a deputy in there? I don't know, just throwing ideas out there. But why don't we have them bring back some options rather than
Yeah, absolutely.
putting anybody on the spot and trying to figure it out right now and then rescheduling.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Just remember the agenda's probably already cut off for the next meeting.
Mm.
You know, we always run into that situation where you guys say next meeting, but it's really 2 meetings. 'Cause the
He
next
said he wanted live stream on there.
Well, it may not, I don't know, is it Is it this Friday at 9 a.m.? Oh, no,
We're
it's,
working towards the February 28th meeting right now.
Well, then I'm gonna bring it forward as a walk-on item. And we can
under
vote
your
it.
name.
We're-
Under your name.
It'll be an emergency item.
That's not,
Did they move our deadline? Our deadline's Friday at 9 a.m.
I think it was last Friday at 9 a.m.
No,
'Cause-
no, it's
Can't
the
be.
Friday following the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioners have a little bit longer. We have more of a
Right.
walk-on.
She's
time.
right.
Friday at 9 a.m.
Pay for it.
I just
Okay.
don't know which Friday
That's
I've been
fair.
in meetings for 3
We
days.
had a meeting yesterday.
Yes, we did.
I was there.
And last
For-
night.
So-
I think I'm still in,
Right.
uh,
So that was
hungover
Tuesday,
from
so
that.
I think they're saying we have till this Friday.
Okay, I think that we have covered most everything on our agenda except the wrap-up. And,
yeah, but they
I
have
think
till
the wrap-up.
I have to,
And staff, make sure staff knows the right direction.
so we print
So
here,
who wants to wrap up?
right?
Did,
We print
Aaron,
here, so they
Aaron had
have
asked
till
earlier
9
if there was
here.
an opportunity for
I
staff to
just
ask for
said that.
clarification, so are we go, okay, sorry. I didn't know. Or not.
Would you like to start now and wrapping this up?
Yes. I want to thank the two commissioners that are here that were on the prior board for believing in this whole process with a strategic plan. Very much appreciate your support. I hope you're pleased and have a greater understanding of what that can do in terms of making us into a more proactively planning community and govern it. And I also want, one thing that I forgot to mention earlier, I brought it up at the very beginning, I didn't bring it up again, is the homeless shelter and generational poverty. Our numbers are going down, which is great. They're no longer 27%. I think they're at 24% childhood poverty in the county. But it is a, if you're looking at national stats for demographics, as baby boomers are retiring out, we are looking at a lot of people not working because they're retired and not enough people around to help us age comfortably. So that, it's an economic driver that we have to pay attention to this. It's not just a humanity aspect. There is an economic driver to this. And I believe that we should, we have a lot of really great nonprofits in this county. I think we need to leverage those nonprofits. I think we need to use our podium to push that answer, not necessarily put any tax dollars behind it. To my mind, this is just something that we can help push along. But we didn't talk about it today. I don't think we need to talk about it. But that may show up with your forbearance on this. I want to work with Mr. Howard to see if there's a way that this can show up, if it is appropriate to have it on there when it's not a taxing item. Meaning we're not going to fund it, but we do want to drive it. But it's not a budget line item. So if you don't, obviously whenever the strategic plan comes back, we're all going to have approval or not on it. So you'll get plenty of bites at the apple. But if, with your indulgence, I'd like to pursue that a little bit further.
And anything else?
Nope.
Anything you'd like to say about the meeting, like what for the next meeting, any ideas?
I said what I wanted to say. I'm really happy that y'all let me pursue this, and I hope you see the value of it. You're new to this. I hope you see the value of it, new to the commission, and I think it was a fantastic meeting, and you did a great job leading us.
That's what I was waiting for.
I knew. But yesterday you were magnificent.
I'm kidding, people. I really not waiting for that. I'll start with you, Commissioner. Talk some more, so.
Well, I'll say very little. Happy to be part of the opportunity. I'm happy that we are moving forward and of the like mind of just get stuff done, move the needle on these projects. And I like the tagline, Mr. Howard, make it happen year. I don't know if you thought of that off the cuff or what, but I think we could carry that through and just keep reminding each other of that. It's the make it happen year, so just stop kicking the can down the road.
Oh,
All right, now say a lot of stuff. Now
I'm going to
just-
say little stuff. I'm going to let you wrap it up.
All right, you go right ahead.
I'll tell you, it's a breath of fresh air. I feel like, you know, no disrespect, but 2 years of just walking in, you know, oatmeal. And to make it happen is just a breath of fresh air. And I think that this board is going to do amazing things, brilliant minds up here, and brilliant minds up here.
Yeah.
And
Some more so, would you say?
I would say. And you know, our staff, we have an amazing staff. You guys, you know, I've said it before, but when I came in 2 years ago, I had a completely different outlook as a citizen, and I just thought you guys were just a bunch of terrible bureaucrats, but you're not. You're amazing, intelligent people who care about our county, and I can't say enough good for you, and that's why I pushed that pay study. So, you know, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for sitting here during this long meeting, and you know, this is the year. Things are going to happen. And I'm going to let our oldest commissioner, long-term, just wrap this in a bow.
Well, I'm going to wade into this gently. We now have, obviously, we have new administrator. He's, I think we're fully staffed at director's positions at this point. He's got his team in place. During the transition time, it's been easy for each of the individual commissioners to have greater access to the directors and staff for questions, concerns, direction, things like that. I would encourage this board to refocus on our employee and employees, Mr. Howard and Ms. Lynn, that when we've got questions, when we've got concerns about the way things are going, go to him or to her and not directly to staff. It can be, I don't want to say confusing, but a little bit of a tough position for staff to get in when one of us calls Mr. Howard and says, when did this take place? When did we vote on this? And being new to the position, he says, well, I don't know, let me look into it. And the staff says, well, you know, I spoke with so-and-so and they wanted to do this. Well, that individual may want to do that, but it's not a board decision. When we go in a different direction, it needs to be a board decision. That none of the staff work for any of us commissioners. The staff work for Mr. Howard. And, you know, that's not to say that we can't have conversations. I mean, obviously, those things happen. But none of us would call somebody else's staff and say, you know, if I call a staff member at your business and say, hey, listen, I'd really like for you guys to do this. You know, you or Steve would be on the phone and go, what are you doing directing my staff?
It's fine as long as you pay for it.
You know, he's the head guy, he's our guy, he's in charge, and he's got his staff in place. Let's help Mr. Howard, let's help Ms. Lynn maintain organizational control and keep our get our county going in a much better direction for our residents, for the board, just county government will benefit out of a more centralized and functional government. So that's my wrap up.
May I say something?
And yes.
I was just gonna say I 100% agree, and I have followed that rule, but I have never really served with an assistant county administrator. So I would leave it to Mr. Howard whether we can talk to either one of them because they talk. But I would be interested to know if I'm allowed to, and I would never direct staff regardless, even Mr. Howard, I wouldn't direct staff because that's a board decision.
why I gave you the wrap up. You rarely work out for me, but this time you did. I was going to say you rarely let me down. But, you know, I have on my notes moving forward together. And, you know, Holly and I we were trained a certain way, and we have 2 employees. I have been humbled many times. We have 2 employees. And we really have 2 employees. But now we have 3 employees, and I really want to go to Marisol. So, I'm not asking you.
Well, no, you don't
shake
have
your head.
3 employees, you only have 2.
No, we have 2.
You only
Marisol
have 2.
works for him.
There's a non-interference AR. There's a non-interference AR. I can look at that and see how that relates to.
I won't put her in that position, but she was our interim for a little bit, so I kind of had that line. I'm so thankful she's in that position. I'm so thankful for your directors, but thank you. Moving forward together as a unit, we're a team. No matter what, now we are a team, and I think this is a good team. And thank you.
Yeah,
That had to be said.
Yeah, I agree.
I was going to make another little saying. It's already there.
That had to be said.
It's already there. Moving forward together. It's already there.
Oh.
I don't get to make a pretty little scrapbook
made that
thing.
up. It's subliminal. Okay. Is that it? Staff. Mr. Howard, how would you like to handle? Thank you. I think Rebecca stole all my quarters.
I think Aaron wanted some clarification.
I'd like to
Come
hear
on
from-
down.
All the directors are here. Let's hear from them.
Let's do it.
I'm also mad at you for saying such nice things to staff, and I didn't think about it. Can I just say ditto what she said?
She's speaking on behalf of the board.
Yes, we are one.
You're such a good communicator.
She's an EIO.
So just to make sure we bring back what you're looking for, earlier you all discussed budget deficits and you wanted information from the department regarding those budget deficits. What exactly does that mean?
That was Commissioner Bays, and you might have to ask her that.
Okay.
I took it more to be, and I agree with Commissioner Slagle that you need to ask her, but I took it to mean being underfunded to
Okay.
do the job properly. That's sort of the way I took it, but.
All right, so we'll reach out to her. Certain items that were discussed, like the barge canal, are in our CIP. And I know when it went back to the board a few months ago, funding came in so much higher, or it's projected to come in so much higher, was an issue. And that's when there was that consensus to keep going with the design, and then we would find a way to fund that. So I did want to let you know that right now our financial advisor is working on some updated information from the county, including our bonding capacity. And they are willing to come and give a presentation as well, just so you all can see what those options look like. Whether it's a barge canal, the animal shelter, a lot of those projects that you're looking at funding, you know, we would suggest some of the same sources of funding. Well, obviously you can only spend it once. So you all would have to tell us, you know, that $2 million you get from Duke every year, do you want to put that aside for a few years for, you know, for an animal shelter? Is it something you want to put aside a few years for the barge canal? So I didn't know if that's something, you know, when we get it together, we can email out to you. You all can look at it and then let us know if you want the financial advisor to come in and give you that presentation.
I had asked for that the staff bring at least 3 funding choices for the animal shelter.
Right, and that's also on my list. So that will also depend on how quickly you want to fund the animal shelter. So if you're looking like you need it funded next year, that's definitely going to be some kind of debt or putting some type of general fund money behind it. If we're looking at multiple years, then you could look at, you know, some of the Duke money or, you know, something like that. So are you looking, do you know what time frame you're looking to
When they
fund
bring
it?
us the $9 million plan.
So as soon as,
I mean, when they bring that plan, I think we need funding sources.
Yeah.
We need choices for how we're gonna do this.
okay, so,
I mean, the citizens really are getting tired of hearing about it. They're like, it's been 2.5 years since it was voted to do it.
Mhm.
And they're like, come on, let's move forward. It's too bad we didn't do it when the interest rate was so low and get a bond, but that ship has sailed.
and then another thing you all had mentioned was, the class and pace study that was being done, that was going to be brought to you. So at the beginning of February, that first meeting, February 7th, we're gonna come to you with a brief presentation when you adopt the budget hearing dates, regarding trim and all the rules we have to follow for the budget. And then after that, we're gonna come to you for some budget guidance as far as where you all are looking for the millage, knowing that you have a 10 mil cap, for that. So hopefully by then we'll have that and we'll be able to tell you what that would look like as far as millage goes. And then that was all I had. And I will get with Mr. Howard and Commissioner Bass for that.
Take care of it.
Who else would you like to?
Anybody in the audience have any questions for clarification? Anybody? Everybody seems to be good. You did a good job.
Nothing?
Well, I got some.
You're my employee, so.
I know, I spoke enough today.
You've coughed enough today for one person.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so are we good? Anything else I need to do?
I believe that I'm gonna take this list, translate it into those next steps for action that Mr. Howard talked about. If we need any clarification after going back through these notes, we can watch the recording or reach out to the board. But I believe, Mr. Howard, did you have something you wanted to go over at the end?
No, I think we're good for now. And I think, just like Veronica said, we'll want to bring these forward formalized with those milestones and activities, and then we're going to march forward and get I think, a big year for 2023. We've got clear direction, so.
And the date for the retreat and
Absolutely.
the dates
We'll
for
get
the
all that.
workshops. And I would like to see if somebody could get me, the barge canal discussion. I don't remember it the way Aaron said it, so I would just be, but I've been wrong before, but I would like to know.
We'll revisit that.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. It is 2:10. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Well done,
so
Ruthie.
much.
Thank you.